way.
initiatives as well.
Remember,
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much for
clear,
joining us. Lindsay P.
be
Exo, chief
passionate,
economist at
and most
NOC,
importantly,
break it down,
be
the
you.
CPI data.
We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Wheelhouse here. Exxon raises 2025 capital spending as worldwide oil glut looms. I don't get it. You've tried to explain it to me. I kind of got it a little bit. Maybe our next guest can help us out. Now, I haven't seen our next guest in New York. I'm going to say
5 years? 4 years,
at
for
the
sure?
very least 5 years. You can't pry this guy out of the Philadelphia area.
But
He's got it locked down.
Vince Piazza joining us, a Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Research Analyst. What brings you to New York?
I have forgotten what this place looks like.
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
It is great to be here.
And Vince was doing work from home before it was a
that's
thing.
what I'm saying. It was like 5 years before COVID was actually
very, very, very true. But I'm here. I brought the rain because it's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Always sunny in
okay, so the
Philadelphia.
sun's there, rain's here. I got you. All right, walk me through this Exxon thing. So is this just about taking Pioneer's assets and maximizing their potential up front? Is that what I'm reading into this?
Yeah. So look, I think it was very smart on their part to not only give you a 2025 outlook, but give you an outlook further out, giving you their thoughts and ideas of how their spending cadence is going to look over the next several years, give you confidence in how they are viewing the macro environment. So the spending cadence seems a bit high. At least that's what the conversations that we're having with the community out there. But if you take a look at the individual Pioneer capital cadence and their standalone capital cadence is really not that significantly higher. But you know what? If you want to get more stuff out of the ground, you got to spend some money.
Yep.
And that is where the upstream growth is coming from. 5.4 million barrels a day. I think that's certainly the guidance that they gave us. I think that's very reasonable. I'm going to say it probably looks a little bit softer than it's going to be, really. But I think it's a very strong disclosure on their part, giving you their thoughts and ideas, their commitments to what the next several years are going to look like, even with this clouded environment that we have.
Why are its peers not doing the same?
Well, look, you have a very large entity that picked up a very large entity. And I think
Exxon plus Pioneer.
Right,
Yeah.
Exxon plus Pioneer. So there are a lot of questions around what are they going to look like, not just in 2025, but toward the out years, especially when we're in this environment where there's so much uncertainty, not just domestically, but also globally as well. Not just the global economy, but also geopolitics in two continents.
So I watched the TV show.
Oh boy, here we go.
Landman. So as John and Alex know, I'm an expert now on the energy business. I'm all about rigging and wildcatting and all that kind of stuff. But I also saw a story today about that. OPEC Plus taking down their demand forecast for 2024. The same day, you see a company like Exxon increase their capital spending. So for somebody like me who doesn't know that much about the energy business, that didn't make sense. Did it make sense to you?
Well, I think what we're seeing here is if you take a look at the spending of Pioneer standalone and Exxon standalone, combining those two, that spending cadence looks higher, but it's really not.
Okay.
It's really just modest growth going forward. But I think what's really more important, and don't underestimate this, stepping up and giving you a longer-term guidance through 2030, I think gives the investment community the confidence saying they know what they're looking to do, and they're giving you not just a one-year guidance, but guidance through the course of what could be a relatively elongated cycle.
But Paul, to answer your question, for OPEC Plus, this really hurts, like longer term. Like even if they meet their production guidance and that's a little bit conservative, right? OPEC's trying to put oil back into the market. They've delayed 3 times. And they don't want to do the price war that they had to do back in the day because that didn't work. They don't want to tank oil prices.
And here is the benefit of the Pioneer deal. The Pioneer deal brings Exxon shorter cycle output. This isn't multiple years of investment in the drill bit. This is an investment that you see the actual hydrocarbons come out within a relatively short period of time. This isn't Guyana. This isn't offshore where the investment cadence is higher until you see first oil. This is, I put the straw in the ground and I get the hydrocarbons out.
So what's the industry thinking these days on where we are in this evolution to greener energy? What's the current thinking?
Well, I think if you take a look at what these companies are buying, it tells you how they view the longer-term aspirations. They're still buying oil and gas assets. And while they have investments in the green space, I'm making an investment in Pioneer, $60+ billion. I don't see $60+ billion going into.
But I also wonder if part of that is the green transition, because, you know, spend it now, get the oil out now, because in 10, 15 years, we don't actually know what the call on oil may be. It's still going to be there, but it might not be as strong as it is now. So let's make it up right now.
What comes with the oil?
Gas.
The associated gas. Associated gas is going to be, in my view, and I'm talking my book here, but the associated gas fundamental outlook is probably stronger than the crude oil outlook. If you're thinking about electrifying everything, okay? Let's not talk about AI yet, but even that's a major growth trajectory. The LNG piece of this is also quite significant, and the export gas through pipe heading down to Mexico so that Mexico can push it out into Asia is also a market share opportunity set. So it's not just oil, it's also the natural gas too.
Speaking of, Exxon's designing a massive natural gas-fueled plant to help data centers with electricity. This is from the Times. So there you go, all ties together. All right, Vince, thanks a lot. Vince Piazza joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior oil and gas analyst. All right, coming up, Jen Reed, Bloomberg Intelligence senior litigation analyst, will join us on that Kroger-Albertson news. Finally, someone will answer my question about, does this make any sense?
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Technology shares, they are leading the way as the NASDAQ 100 hits a record. It's getting a boost from the usual suspects: Broadcom, NVIDIA, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple. We did get the economic data earlier today. Consumer prices rising right in line with expectations. That seems to firm expectations for the Fed to cut interest rates when they meet next week. Albertsons suing Kroger's, the merger blocked by a federal judge. Albertsons says, you know, Kroger's could have done more to get this thing through. Jen Rhee's going to be along in just a moment to take a deeper dive into this. As we move into next year, Amanda Agati at PNC Bank says, you know what, the stock advance will broaden out beyond big tech.
We're happy to ride that wave, but I think the pace of advancement and their, striking leadership advantage relative to the rest of the 493 names in the index is going to be very different in 2025.
Right now, the S&P 500, 50 points higher. That's up 0.8%. 60.84 on the index. So we're about, I would say, like 10 points away from record close there. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 48 points higher. That's up 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100, 342 points higher. That's good for a rise of 1.6%. A two-year yield, which is more policy reactive, that's down about 2 basis points. That is at 412. The NFL entering a new era today, allowing the first investments by private equity firms in the teams. The league voted to approve the sales of 2 10% stakes. So the Dolphins, they're selling to Aris Management, Arctos Partners, acquiring a piece of the Buffalo Bills. And will someone please help the Giants?
Can somebody please buy the Giants and the Jets? We'll have a fireside New York sale. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Albertsons, as John was just reporting, Albertsons sues Kroger for breach of contract over scuttled deal. Isn't that why they made breakup fees?
Yeah,
I don't get it. Jennifer Reed joins us, senior litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Jennifer, is it rare, is it common for two merger partners on a broken deal to sue each other?
It happens once in a while. I'll say it's pretty rare, but it has happened. I mean, think about Anthem and Cigna. I don't know if you remember that deal from back in 2015. It fell apart also, and there was litigation for a couple years after the deal was terminated in Delaware, and they both came out with nothing. Spent a lot of money and both came out with nothing.
Is it true that you think that Kroger didn't do enough here? Like, do they have a leg to stand on, Albertson?
I think a breach of contract claim based on, failing to abide by sufficiently defending against the antitrust claims is very difficult because, this is really very subjective. And to some extent, when companies go to court and they have a remedy, they're sort of rolling the dice. They're hoping they'll convince the judge, even though they didn't convince the FTC. And I'm not so sure that you can think of that as a breach. In this case, though, having been to trial, the remedy really was deficient. I mean, it was very difficult to understand how a judge, after the FTC presented their case on how this deal could cause harm in thousands of markets, how a judge could accept the remedy that had been put forward by Kroger, which was really very piecemeal, very complicated and difficult, and didn't really have the best buyer. So, we're going to have to see what happens here with this.
I mean, but again, I kind of thought that's kind of partially what a breakup fee kind of covers there. I mean, if this deal doesn't go through for whatever reason, you guys wanted to buy us, you initiated the deal. If it doesn't go through, you got to compensate me.
Right. That's exactly right. The seller has a difficult time during that interim period, right? They lose employees. They can't always enter new supply contracts. So this is really intended to make that seller whole. In this case, I think now Kroger's turned around and said, no, it was Albertsons that breached the contract. And of course they're probably doing that to get a little bit of leverage here. Maybe the hopes would be that they could settle for something less than that $600 million breakup fee in order to make all the litigation go away. Maybe that's what's happening here, just a little bit of leverage. But, again, we'll have to see what happens. It would be a shame if they continue to litigate this and spend millions more dollars.
Good for the lawyers.
Do you think that the deal... Dumb question. Is the deal really done?
Oh, yes.
Like killed for sure?
It's done. So Albertsons is already terminated. They exercised their right under the agreement to terminate. So it is done. The deal agreement is no longer good. So if they even wanted to do another deal, they'd have to enter a new agreement. And now, obviously, there's antagonism between the companies.
All right, in your world of antitrust, what is the expectation of change given a new administration, given
Yes.
a Republican-controlled House and Senate? Is there any expectation that things will get easier? I just saw Paul Taubman, he was at the Goldman Sachs conference, and he's saying, we think next year is going to be a huge M&A year, and we're hiring bankers in anticipation of that. And he knows what he's talking about.
Yes, I think he does. I think it will get better. I think some of the exuberance on Wall Street is maybe a little overdone.
Okay.
These huge deals between competitors are still going to get challenged. And we have to remember that the 2 Republican FTC commissioners who will still be there on the commission both voted yes to sue the Tapestry Capri deal and to sue the Tempur Sealy mattress firm deal. They both said, yes, we should sue. So they are aligned in some respects with suing the deals that could cause harm. I do think what we're going to see, though, is an uptick in deals that can close with settlements. We didn't have any of that in Biden. The Biden enforcers did not want to settle deals. If the deal was bad, they wanted to challenge the deal, and that's what they did. I think in this case, once we have a majority at the FTC and new people at the DOJ, we're going to see that list of settled deals that then go on to close grow.
What do you make of the potential new FTC people coming in?
Well, I'll just say this. If Lena Khan's mission was to stop consolidation and revitalize antitrust, their mission is going to be to stop what they perceive as censorship of conservative viewpoints by big tech platforms. There has been a lot of talk about that, even suggesting that there could be collusion amongst big tech platforms to censor conservative viewpoints, and that the FTC should be going after these companies under the antitrust laws to stop that. And I think that's going to be a big focus.
So what's the timing there at the FTC and the DOJ? When do the new sheriffs, if you will, kind of get in town?
The FTC could be, DOJ will be quick. These people will leave. The appointees by Biden will leave in January. And that is the expectation also, that Lena Khan at the FTC will leave in January. As soon as Trump is inaugurated, January 20, then Andrew Ferguson will become the chair. If Lena Khan's still there, she'll then just become a commissioner. But she will probably leave, and then at that point, he just has to get his new appointment, Mark Meader, through the Senate confirmation process. It could take a few months. You know, he has a majority in the Senate and the House. I don't think it's going to be too difficult. So it'll be a few months, and in the meantime, it'll be a 2-2 FTC probably. The DOJ will change over more quickly, probably in January.
So if I'm a company and I'm interested in buying another company, do I get on the list now? Do I wait until all this stuff is cleared and then I get on the waiting list to get my deal done? Like, what's my strategy?
I think if you know that it has some issues, let's say if we see this big chocolate deal that I've been hearing about, right? If you know that
Mondelez Hershey,
exactly, Mondelez Hershey, and if you know you're probably going to get investigated, you can go ahead and file it now because you have 8 months ahead of you, and the new people will be the decision makers. If you have a deal you think has no issues and could get through in 30 days, maybe you wait, right? Because you have a greater hope of just getting it cleared in 30 days once the new people are in.
Do you have any opinion on this Mondelez Hershey deal?
I know it sounds crazy, but I actually think they have a shot at getting that through. I mean, really the only overlap is in chocolate, and the FTC has tended to look at food markets very, very narrowly. Not all chocolate, but certain kinds of chocolate. And if they do that, those overlaps become more limited, and perhaps there are more competitors. So I actually think that there's a shot there for that deal, even though it's huge.
And I did get some confirmation via the internet that Oreo cookies are in fact vegan.
Yeah, I know. I guess I was wrong, but
didn't know that.
I mean, but just because they're vegan doesn't mean that they're good for you.
Someone put a pack on oats right on their desk.
Okay.
But like, then what's in it? Okay, so it's sugar, oil. Oh, I see. Okay, it's like palm oil and flour. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But like, it's not like, yay, that's good for you situation.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
I make a really good vegan chocolate cake, by the way.
You do?
Really good. Best chocolate cake I've ever had.
Okay.
Super moist.
But now you have to clarify that by saying, or just qualify it by saying, best vegan cake I've ever had?
No, best chocolate cake, period. But if you're also vegan, you can also eat this cake.
Okay.
Just put it out there.
I need that recipe.
Oh, I'll send it to you. I'm telling you, it's really, really good. Like,
Very good.
I hate cake, and I love me this cake.
Everything you want to know about antitrust, we go to Jennifer, and cake. We go to Jennifer Rees, Senior Litigation Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So, tough day for the supermarket business in terms of getting deals done, but we'll see what happens in the chocolate business.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the chocolate business. We're also going to talk about the 50 best companies to watch next year. I mean, maybe we'll just hit like 1 or 2, but Bloomberg Intelligence does a great job at laying out the companies that you need to watch. Some you've heard of, some maybe you haven't. We're going to break that down for you right after this. Tim Craighead, Bloomberg Intelligence Research Director for content on some of those companies. I told our producer, I'm like, let's get him back every single day because we can get through every single company. I think he thought I was being a little ridiculous. Anyway, this is Bloomberg. Happy Wednesday.
is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live on in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal here. David Bonderman, dealmaker who co-founded TPG, dies at the age of 82. We'll have more reporting on that. Time of year right now, and a lot of folks are thinking about, okay, 2024 is pretty much in the books. Now it's time to look to 2025. What stocks might do well in the year ahead? Our next guest has got some thoughts on that. Tim Craighead, Global Chief Content Officer. He also follows the European markets closely for us at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based in London, England. He'll go pretty much anywhere we ask him to go, including Hong Kong, Princeton. He'll go pretty much anywhere. He's a team player. Tim, thanks so much for joining us here. You guys, thinking about next year, how are you thinking about selecting some names that should perform well for Bloomberg clients?
Well, take a step back, and thanks for having me on. Across our team, we are thinking both on a bottom-up and a top-down perspective about this topic. On a bottom-up perspective, we encourage all of our analysts to step up with their high-conviction ideas where they feel like they've got something that's out of consensus or different from what the market's thinking, and make a focus idea. And we have a list of focus ideas. There are about 90 of them right now that are these high conviction differentiated ideas where we see catalyst ahead that can bring the market around to our point of view. From a top-down perspective, looking across those groups of companies, yeah, you can think about it. Is it US or European or Asian oriented? And actually this year it's pretty well balanced. From the standpoint of, yes, you'd think the U.S. is close to 50%, and then Europe and Asia are roughly about the same. And you think about where are the ideas that are positive versus negative, and this is roughly 80% positive, 20% negative, to coalesce into 50 that are really driven towards 2025 as we see catalysts play out. And you have to say it's really interesting because you compare versus last year where there were big AI ideas and there was a lot of focus on negative China, especially with the property market. This year, there's much more orientation towards ideas about cyclical recovery with a change in interest rates and sort of clarity on elections. And the China side of things is also much more recovery oriented, not so much worried about the property crisis. So we can get into some of the details, but that's a backdrop.
So we still have AI still a thing, China recovery, cyclical recovery. What are some other buckets or themes that were reflected throughout the picks?
No, it's interesting thinking about it this way. There's definitely an innovation, new product flavor that we should talk about and get into. There's 4 new CEOs, but with those, we see a couple that are positive, a couple that we've got some concerns about, not the CEO themselves, but the situation of the company that they're in, that, maybe there's more work to be done than the market's thinking about. And there's energy transition related ideas as well that cross the globe, notwithstanding policies and whatnot coming from new governments. So yeah, those are some of the bigger buckets.
So what's the call here on the energy transition? It feels like here in the States, Tim, it's kind of losing a little bit of its steam, but I know it's still going strong in other parts of the world. How do you guys kind of think about that?
So a couple of things here. Number one, AI, and we can talk about this too, because we have a little different take this year than last, but AI is driving energy demand, and there is simply no way that we can fulfill the demand that is going to be required, or even is required today, with good old-fashioned carbon-based energy. And so if you look at RWE, it's a European utility, but they bought Constellation in the U.S. And a lot of that is oriented towards clean energy growth and demand that's AI driven. The same thing is true with Subsea 7, which they do construction on offshore energy projects, and instead of good old-fashioned drilling for oil, a lot of the stuff now is oriented towards offshore wind and even some solar. And TEPCO, Tokyo Electric Power, is a nuclear story where Japan is now turning nuclear back on, and that's going to drive earnings.
There's so many more to go through. I think we're going to get you back because we definitely want to hit some of the other buckets as well. But I don't want to get us started and then have to end it. So deep tease, tune in tomorrow if Tim is free to come back on the show. We can break down more of the stocks. He talked about some of the energy transition ones like RWE, for example, Tokyo Power, and we'll come back and talk more about different sectors as well. There's a lot of chip names on the stocks there. We got Micron, for example, Broadcom. We'll kind of break down more of that, pointing it out. Broadcom really leading the way in the stocks index today, maybe partnering with Apple to build some chips and earnings later on this week. So a lot to discuss. Tim Craighead joining us there. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Research Director for Content. So really great stuff there, Paul.
Yeah, I noticed on the media side, Geetha Ranganathan, our media analyst, she has Fox on there, and she says, hey, in a world of cord cutting, guess what still works? Sports and news, and they're good at both of those things. So Fox is on her list. So that's interesting for the media space, U.S. media names. And Tim will be in the U.S. in New York the first week of January,
which will get you there too, and we'll stock you in January. Also pointing out Tesla shares hitting a record along with Amazon, Google, and Apple. Mag 7 index hitting a record as well. That wraps it up for me and Paul. Coming up, Joe Matthew will be joining you with Balance of Power. He's up next after this global news update.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The winds have died down some, but there's still plenty of concern in the Malibu, California area where thousands are out of their homes because of the major wildfire. Sheriff Robert Luna says the blaze is 7% contained.
There are approximately 19,982 people and 7,560 structures in the affected area.
CBS's Carter Evans.
This had the potential to be a horrific fire. If the winds had been as strong as forecast, I think we would have lost a lot more homes.
Officials say 7 structures have been destroyed, 9 damaged. President-elect Trump's embattled pick for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is meeting today with a key Senate Republican, Susan Collins of Maine. CBS's Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill.
This is a very critical meeting, mostly because Senator Collins is considered more of a centrist, a moderate. She doesn't necessarily toe the line of President-elect Donald Trump, and she has expressed some serious reservations and concerns.
Authorities in Wisconsin say a man who faked his own drowning in a lake over the summer has returned to the U.S. from Europe willingly. He'll face several criminal charges. The government says consumer prices rose 2.7% last month over a year ago. CBS's Jill Schlesinger says that's above the Federal Reserve's 2% target.
Looks like the Fed is on track to cut rates by 0.25 percentage point when they meet next week. But what happens after that is really unknown, because the January meeting could be one where the Fed says, let's just wait and see if the inflation rate comes down by even more.
Albertsons has now pulled the plug on its planned merger with Kroger, the move coming a day after 2 judges blocked it in separate rulings. CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady.
Potentially, this is a win for shoppers if you believe the argument that this would have limited competition. But on the flip side, if you do see Albertsons shut down stores, then there would be less options for consumers.
AAA expects a record of more than 119 million travelers over the upcoming holiday period.
The 2 weekends are probably going to be the busiest times. So December 21st and 22nd, that Saturday, Sunday, and the weekend after will be the busiest because most people want to be at their destinations by Christmas, or they'll be coming back after.
AAA's Aixa Diaz. The NFL and Nike have announced a 10-year partnership extension. Nike has been the league's uniform and official apparel supplier for 12 years. Wall Street's, right now the Dow is up 43 points. This is CBS News.
love.
It's happened again. A big-time pro athlete's home is targeted while he's in action on the field.
Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow's house in Anderson Township, Ohio, was ransacked while he was leading his team to a win over the Cowboys in Dallas Monday night. Burrow's girlfriend was at the house. Her mother called 911.
Yes, someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. This is Joe Burrow's house.
The NFL and NBA have warned their players about burglars breaking into their homes while they're playing in games. Investigators suspect a South American crime ring. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A federal judge in Texas has rejected the auction sale of Alex Jones' InfoWars to The Onion, calling the bidding process flawed. Google says its top trending searches in 2024 were about soccer, the U.S. presidential election, excessive heats, and the Summer Olympic Games. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
CPI Day brings reassurance. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as today's inflation report solidifies expectations for a Fed rate cut next week. We're going to talk about it with Bloomberg Economics editor Molly Smith, who's digging into the print as the White House now points to life before the pandemic. The Treasury Secretary issuing a warning today on tariffs and deficits. Janet Yellen speaking out her concerns when it comes to retaliatory tariffs and inflation under the incoming Trump administration. We'll sit down with Bloomberg's David Gura, who spent time with Yellen earlier today, and we'll have analysis from our panel. Democratic analyst and Bloomberg politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano, joined today by Republican strategist Lester Munson at BGR Group. So let's get to it. As always, we start on Wall Street with his view on the markets. Here's Charlie Pellet in New York.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, lots going on this CPI Wednesday with the NASDAQ Composite Index right now trading above 20,000. First time that has happened. Right to the numbers here. Big day if you're watching those big round numbers. NASDAQ now at 20,017, up 330 points, up 1.7%. S&P up 53, gain there of 0.9%. The Dow up 39, up 0.1%. Again, bears repeating. We've got NASDAQ at 20,018. The pros, though, will tell you just another big round number. We've got the 10-year 4.23%, the 2-year 4.13%. Spot gold up $25 the ounce, up by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, now it's $69.94. Bitcoin up 4.1%. We've got Bitcoin closing in on 101,000. Right now we got Bitcoin at 100,915. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen urged the next U.S. administration to maintain the dialogue channels that she established with China, speaking on the eve of what's likely to be the last round of economic and financial talks between senior officials from the two nations. And in an interview with Bloomberg's David Gura, Yellen also discussed the larger question of tariffs.
Broad-based tariffs, almost all economists agree that what they will do is hurt us by raising prices, possibly substantially, and making it more expensive for firms that need inputs from China to be able to acquire them and harm our competitiveness of firms that rely on those imports.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in a conversation with our David Gura. We'll have a lot more with David coming up in just a moment on Balance of Power. Elon Musk has become the first person to reach $400 billion in net worth. We've got Tesla shares ripping higher now by 2.9%. And David Bonderman, the colorful yet publicity-shy co-founder of private equity titan TPG, who became a billionaire by spearheading massive company takeovers, bailouts of foundering enterprises, and splashy investments in startups, has died. David Bonderman was 82. Balance of Power continues now, again, with NASDAQ at 20,019. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Guess they like that CPI. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much with his view from New York. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. Wednesday edition, CPI day, and so far so good, huh? Everyone's reassured about what they thought, even the White House emboldened enough to point to life before the pandemic. You saw the headline number already. 0.3 month to month, 2.7% from a year before. We're, of course, obsessed with the core. As Molly Smith will explain to us, up 0.3 for a fourth straight month. Of course, that's without the volatile food and energy that none of us ever pay for. She's Bloomberg Economics editor, Molly Smith in New York. It's great to see you, Molly. I know you started early today, and we have a White House statement. You see this from Lael Brainerd. She talks about inflation for 4 months in a row now. Quote, has been close to the level right before the pandemic, unquote. Is that as close as we get to mission accomplished, do you think?
Certainly not from the Fed's perspective. I mean, if you're looking at the inflation report that we got today and seeing, as you mentioned, that core inflation metric, the monthly increase coming in at 0.3% for a fourth month, the way that we think about these monthly ones, let's say you multiply that by 12 to see what does that average out to on an annualized basis. That would be 3.6%. That is not exactly close to 2%. That's the target that the Fed is trying to get to. So on the one hand, you think like why are they cutting rates then next week if that's, the prevailing expectation right now? It seems like there's data that would say to the contrary, that they should be holding interest rates next week. But it's important to remember the broader context of where we're coming from here, that rates are still very high, and a lot of policymakers would say they're in restrictive territory. And the idea here is that we need rates to become less restrictive over time, that interest rates were brought up to this level when inflation was above 9%, and now inflation is more in the 2 to 3% area on an annualized basis. So you need to have rates that are more commensurate with that level.
Okay, so mission not accomplished. No. I think we've determined here, but they've made a lot of progress. And I just, I bring it up to start with because we've been asking for 4 years, basically, since we got out of the pandemic, what state will the economy be in and what will be the rate of inflation when this administration ends? We've only got one report left, I suppose, so we're about to find out. Well, I guess two technically when we see numbers for January emerge in February. But this is pretty much where we are here. And if the Fed has one more rate cut in it, what is the forecast for inflation in the new year?
Well, that's really what we're all looking for now when the Fed meets next week. That, of course, we're going to get the rate decision, which, as we say now, it's largely expected that they're going to cut rates by 25 basis points next week. But I think the bigger news out of next week is going to be what the Fed's projections are for the economy for the next couple of years in that summary of economic projections that they put out quarterly. So December, we will get a reading on that. And I think there's a lot of reason to wonder if they might, move up those inflation forecasts a little bit, if they might bring down the number of rate cuts that they expect to see next year. I think like right now what the data is telling you that it's supportive of what a lot of policymakers are saying, that we're looking for a gradual pace of rate cuts, that the economy is still very strong.
Molly, Lael Brainerd writes further in the White House statement, while price increases have been hard for working families, household incomes, she says, are up almost $4,000 more than prices during this administration. Where's that number coming from?
So there's another report that comes out with the inflation data. It's inflation-adjusted earnings. So we did see that wages have been outpacing inflation now for the better part of really the last year, I would think. And that, yes, that is an aggregate number. And so, but that's not true for necessarily everybody. And you have to remember, too, for people who are at the lower end of the income spectrum, that you're still thinking about your prices more in terms of their aggregate level rather than in terms of how much the price growth has maybe eased, and thinking about, okay, my rent and my gas and food still take up X percent of my budget, and maybe X percent is still more than what it was, before this administration came in. And that's really more where the stress is being felt.
You see a number like that, and you just wonder exactly who it applies to. Inside the report, Molly, we found what that troubles you. You and I have talked a lot about shelter costs. We've talked a lot about energy costs. Here we are with crude oil, under $70 a barrel. What's the stuff that keeps you up at night? Is it the housing market?
I mean, for other reasons, yes, the housing market keeps me up at night, but it was actually, we finally got some good inflation news out of the shelter category today, that two of these very important rent metrics both rose at the slowest pace since 2021. And I know we've been talking for months, maybe even years now, about when housing inflation is going to moderate. So, of course, like, we're looking for that to be sustained. 1 month is not good enough, but that's certainly a step in the right direction.
So what sticks out? You're going to tell me it's eggs? What has people upset? And something's got to make you angry in this CPI report.
Yes, there are definitely then other things moving in the other direction. So would definitely look at goods prices. This has been what, when we're talking about clothing and furniture, things that you can physically hold, that those prices had been a big driver of disinflation over the last year and a half or so, and now they're starting to rise again. And that certainly isn't comforting when you're looking for where are we going to get that last mile down to 2%. You would think what's helped the progress to date would have to continue. So that's not a good sign, number one. The other thing that we saw in this report as well, perhaps is maybe just a temporary boost to inflation here, but seeing that prices for both new and used cars as well as hotel stays were up quite a bit in November. And we're thinking maybe that's temporary, coming after those hurricanes that we just had, that maybe people were still feeling the effects from that and needed a temporary demand for hotel stays and some car repairs. So keep an eye on that for sure in the December data.
Molly Smith, I need to ask you about what's going on at the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, as Bloomberg reports that it needs a culture revamp after a series of botched releases of economic data. They're out with a new review that found 3 instances of things going pretty wrong here, where data were posted online instead of going out publicly and have gone to clients and vice versa. Can you tell us where they're going wrong and what needs to be fixed? Is this something for the Trump administration to handle?
I think this is something that comes within the BLS and their culture, and that's what this external review was established to show, that the BLS has had a number of incidents this year regarding data release protocols, and some of these events just suggested that data is not being shared equitably or fairly, and that really was front and center of this review. So this panel of external experts just put together some recommendations of what the BLS needs to do, and it sounds like they're already starting to implement some of those measures here. Clearly a lot more work still to be done. I don't know that that's necessarily a matter for the Trump administration, but certainly to the extent of, who's going to be running the Labor Department, and if there is a new BLS commissioner, which right now it doesn't seem like there would be. The current one is still, kind of toward the beginning of her 4-year term. So there's still a lot of work to be done there.
All right, Molly Smith, before I ask you what you want for Christmas, what's the next most important data set you're looking for here? We got through CPI. We're looking toward the Fed next week. Then what?
Oh, gosh, beyond that, Christmas for me. But I guess I was thinking more.
Say no more. We're shutting it down for the year. Boy,
I would like to shut it down for the year. Is that acceptable?
In Washington, D.C. Come down here. They're about to leave town here. We just need to figure out how to fund the government. What do we have, 9 days left, I think?
They can do it.
We'll talk about that next time. Yeah. Molly, thank you so much. We can do anything until we actually get down to doing it. She's Bloomberg Economics editor, looming large at 8:30 a.m. on a day-to-day like this one. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We will get to what's happening on Capitol Hill a bit later on this hour, or not happening in the case of the federal budget. But we're going to sit down with David Gura in a bit to talk about his interview today with Janet Yellen. These are the outgoing thoughts of the outgoing Treasury Secretary when it comes to tariffs, deficits, and a lot more. Stay with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we have got NASDAQ at a record. First time above 20,000. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 1.7%, surging 336 points. NASDAQ at 20,024. S&P, to put it all in context, up 52. That's a gain of 0.9%. Dow Industrials, meanwhile, just about flat on the day. Little changed, up 5 points. Bottom line here, CPI Wednesday. Tech giants leading stocks higher, ending a two-day slide after that benign inflation report. Macy's trimming its profit outlook. We got Macy's down 6% right now. Also, Krispy Kreme says a cybersecurity incident disrupting some of its operations, and shares of Krispy Kreme down now by 2.8%. 10-year, 4.24%. The 2-year, 4.13%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington with the Wednesday edition. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Live from New York on the markets while we talk politics here in the nation's capital. It is the 11th of December, the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, which means we have 9 days to figure out how to fund the government. Don't ask me how that will work because there's still no deal. We'll get to that a bit later as we tee up a vote today for the NDAA, the Annual Defense Authorization Bill. That'll happen a bit later on, even though everyone appears to be holding their nose on the left and the right with this one. With big questions about the transition, some bold-faced names are back on the Hill again today. Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent, Tulsi Gabbard, they're all making rounds again, meeting with the senators that will help to determine their fate. Scott Bessent, of course, tapped to be the next Treasury Secretary. In Bloomberg News today, sat down with the outgoing secretary. Do you call her outgoing? I guess once you know who's going to replace her. I know she's still got a couple of weeks left on the job. But what an opportunity to sit down with David Gura inside the Treasury Department with huge questions about the change in policy that we're about to see, what it'll mean for tariffs, deficits, inflation. And glad to say he's with us here at the table in Washington. A rare treat. David Gura, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming to town to bring us this great conversation. We watched it unfold live a little bit earlier. Does this strike you as someone who is fearful about what's about to happen?
She didn't seem fearful, but she has a long history, as you know, in Washington. She's worked in the White House, she's worked at the Federal Reserve, and now the Treasury Department. She has a lot of authority and knows how policymaking works. And I think that she sees these last few weeks, as you mentioned, as an opportunity for her to make her case to the American public about what should unfold, yes, over these next few weeks, but in the next term, and also to Scott Bessent and others from the President-elect's team who are coming through. And so we kind of saw elements of that today during my conversation with her. We talked about China, we talked about Ukraine. These are subjects she's very passionate about and has worked very hard on. One thing we talked about was the deficit. We think of her as somebody who, for most of her career, was a fiscal hawk. Yesterday, she was at a Wall Street Journal conference and expressed some regret about not doing more on the fiscal picture, and I asked her a bit about that. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Well, I am concerned about the fiscal outlook, and I believe the deficit reduction is necessary to keep us on a sustainable fiscal course. Now, President Biden signed into law $1 trillion of deficit reduction over the next 10 years. He did that in the agreement to raise the debt ceiling. And our budget proposes an additional $3 trillion of deficit reduction over 10 years. And I think that's necessary to make sure that our fiscal path is sustainable. Now, Congress hasn't really done anything to, beyond what I've mentioned, to improve the fiscal outlook, and I think that's a shame. I'm disappointed in that, and I think Congress needs to work hard on that.
You asked if she was afraid. Yeah. I think another question you could ask is she disappointed in how things have unfolded? You hear an element of that from her there. I mean, she's been here long enough to remember when there was regular order and the president's budget met something. And so to get back to her point there, yes, President Biden proposed a lot of things to work on that deficit. They didn't come to pass, and I think she probably has some regrets about that.
He's tried to take credit for lowering the deficit as well, which isn't always the most genuine article when you look at the numbers that he's using. It just reminds us how political parties and politicians find religion on deficits usually around the time they're leaving office.
Yes, and you've lived through this campaign and election as I have, and now it seems like there is maybe not a robust conversation about getting the fiscal house in order, but we're hearing about it more than we did on the campaign trail,
Well,
for
that's
sure.
for sure. Tariffs came up again as well. You know, it's something when you talk to Scott Besson about this, he slows you down and says you can't talk about tariffs in a vacuum. It's about the whole picture. We have 20 different elements that need to be in place for this all to work. She's not buying that, is she?
She's not buying that, and I really put a lot of thought into how to ask her this question, knowing that she's talked about it over the course of the campaign. And I said, look, you've developed a very strong relationship with your counterparts in China. She has, probably the best conduit that there is between Washington and Beijing now. And I said, given that, what do you think your counterpart's reaction would be if the president-elect were to go through with what he said he's going to do and put these kind of universal, broad-based, highly punitive tariffs in place? And she said she doesn't like to forecast, but she said, in her experience, when counterparts in other countries have faced broad-based tariffs, they've retaliated in kind. So I think that she's aware of that. And to get back to what I said at the top, I think that she's trying to telegraph to members of President-elect Trump's team, this could go quite bad. Yes, it's not in a vacuum, but we do have a lot of history and a lot of economic literature on this as well.
Can I just ask quickly, you guys spent some time talking for the podcast as well, for the Big Take podcast. If you want to hear this in its entirety, keep that in mind. I don't know if that's dropping tonight.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. There's much more that you discussed that we haven't already heard, and some of that had to do with the idea of a shadow Fed chair. Am I allowed to ask you about
yes,
that?
Yes, of course, and I'd love to talk about it. I said, look, you've run the Federal Reserve. Of course, she's the first and only woman to have run the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the swirl of conversation we've had about Fed independence, about the president-elect saying it's his right to weigh in on Fed decisions? She said, look, anyone can opine on what the Fed's doing. It's his right, he has freedom of speech to do so. I followed up with that by saying, look, you hear Scott Besson talking about a shadow Fed, appointing an heir apparent to the Fed chair. I said, would that be a nuisance for you as the Fed chair, or would it be something more? And she was quite emphatic that it would be something that would be deleterious, not just to the person running the Federal Reserve, but to markets and to observers as well. To have somebody who, with that veneer of authority put in place by the president, is opining in a way that would be confusing at best and I think deleterious at worst.
Well, let's tell you. So she's got Christmas parties and a couple of
things to
odds
tend
and
to, and then
the,
I said you're gonna ride back home to the sunset in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like she's going to teach, but I think there might be a book in her, and obviously
Okay.
she has a lot of loose ends to tie up here in D.C. to the extent that she can here before her term is up.
It's great to see you in town.
Great to see you
Get
as well.
home safe. The Big Take DC podcast is one thing we talk about here. This is the Big Take podcast. You can't hide from it. Find it on Apple, Spotify. Look for David Gura and his interview, the full interview with Janet Yellen, when it drops tomorrow. Apple, Spotify, whatever platform you prefer. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we turn to animal spirits. You can't get to this without talking about the next, or at least Donald Trump hopes will be the next head of the FTC. This is one that broke yesterday here. Andrew Ferguson to replace Lena Khan. Now, I get back to this idea of animal spirits is partly why we've seen the markets on a tear since the election. The idea that we're unlocking more M&A opportunity, that we'll see a revival maybe in the IPO market. A lot more where that came from, as we heard earlier today from Goldman Sachs CFO Dennis Coleman, a new direction to the FTC with this Trump. Let's listen.
With Ferguson's nominee, there could be a new direction at the FTC. He obviously, as a sitting commissioner, dissented with the current leadership on a number of cases. And so we could see a more favorable environment heading into 2025 that could actually spur more by way of CEO confidence and in turn unlocking more investment, more activity, and provide a more favorable strategic backdrop.
Let's bring in an expert on this, Jennifer Rhee, all things antitrust and FTC. We turn to Jen Rhee at Bloomberg Intelligence, where she is senior litigation analyst. Great to see you, Jen. Welcome back to Balance of Power. Your thoughts on this pick and how it could change the trajectory for mergers and acquisitions. I ask you that knowing we have a Republican member of the commission here who has a track record.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe. I appreciate it. I think it will change things, and I think flip what we've seen to be many abandoned deals under the Biden administration, as well as challenged deals in court, to a much longer list of deals that actually get closed with a settlement. I think to some extent we're going to go back to the way things were before even the first Trump administration, when we tended to see very few deals challenged each year. Still investigations, 3 to 4% of the deals that filed will probably get in-depth investigations, because that's been pretty steady and constant across most administrations. But I think more deals will close, and if they're problematic, with the settlement than we've seen in several years now.
All right, so based on the resume here, I just want to talk about what we know about Andrew Ferguson. He descended from several of Lina Khan's rulemaking efforts, as Bloomberg points out, including a ban on non-compete clauses. That was a big story we covered this year, and rules to make it easier to cancel subscriptions. How do you read into those in terms of what he might do as the boss?
Well, I think he'll start pulling all of these things back, or not fight the litigation. This non-compete rule is in litigation now, and of course the FTC can simply withdraw that litigation. He did think that that was overreaching by the agency, and now he's going to be running policy. This will be up to him. He will have a majority as soon as Mark Meter, who is the other person that President-elect Trump has nominated to the FTC, replaces Lina Khan, which could take a few months, but it'll be pretty fast, I think. And so once he has that majority, he'll be able to go forward and do things, withdraw some of the rules. I think he will also change the merger guidelines that were issued in 2023 by this FTC and this DOJ that made it so that the FTC could more easily challenge deals. I think he'll pull those back as well.
Goldman Sachs has been on a tear. You're not surprised to see this, I'm guessing, right? What does this mean for the investment banking world, for those who are actually laying out underwriting mergers and acquisitions maybe in this new year?
Listen, I think we're going to see a real flurry of merger and acquisition activity, of course, which is great for the investment banks. Any companies that were thinking about doing a deal that they think may have raised some scrutiny or some antitrust issues with the FTC and DOJ probably waited, right? And they'll get those deals filed now, or they'll get those deals filed in the new year. I think we'll see a lot of activity because there is hope that we will go back to a time in which these deals can get done, and if they're problematic, they can get done with a reasonable settlement, and if they're not problematic, can get done more quickly without a long-term investigation and 8 or 9 months or 10 months and millions of dollars put in before the deal actually gets cleared and closes.
Jennifer Rhee has been working for a long time on this Kroger-Albertsons deal. We've talked about it here before. And look at that, Jen, a federal judge blocking the acquisition. This is a $25 billion deal almost. Basically putting the nail in the coffin here. Is this the last vestige of Lina Khan's FTC?
I think so. She just had 2 wins. She also won when they challenged the Tapestry Capri deal. So she does kind of go out with a bang. That was a difficult challenge, and they won. And now they won this one. I think this one was probably a little bit easier because I think the extent of competition between these 2 companies in a consumer-facing sensitive industry was pretty obvious. And the FTC did a really good job at trial, showing that in thousands of local regions in the United States, this would cause concentration in a grocery store market, and that the remedy that was proposed by the companies was probably insufficient to really ameliorate that problem, and you'd end up with increased prices and reduced choice or reduced quality.
What's Lina Khan going to do in our remaining moment? Just go make money or go to academia? What happens from here?
I suspect she'll go back to academia. That was really her life, that theoretical world, I think, where she really thrives. She may go back to Columbia, because she really made her name, right, in academia when she wrote an article about Amazon and the fact that she viewed Amazon as a company that was engaging in monopolistic conduct. It really kind of, put her in the front line of what's called the neo-Brandeisian movement in antitrust. And I think she'll go back to that.
Just who I wanted to talk to today, Jennifer Rhee, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Litigation Analyst. Yeah, I want to go back to my theoretical world. Where is that, Jen? You need to help me find it. We'll assemble our panel next. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Much more ahead from Washington, right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got NASDAQ above 20,027, where that index stands right now, surging 340 points, up 1.7%. Tech giants leading U.S. stocks higher. S&P, to put it all in context, up 52. The S&P now at 6,087, up by about 0.9%. Dow Industrials just about flat on the day, with the Dow up 15, now little changed at 44,264. The 10-year 4.24%, and on this CPI Wednesday, the 2-year 4.13%. Gold up $22 the ounce, up 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $70.30 a barrel, and Bitcoin at $100,494. Bitcoin surging by 3.7%. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is urging the next U.S. administration to maintain the dialogue channels that she established with China. And in an interview with Bloomberg's David Gurr, she also talked about Russian oil sanctions.
We have been focused since the outset on Russian oil revenue. It's a critical component of the Russian budget, and we've been looking for creative ways to try to reduce Russia's revenue.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking with Bloomberg's David Gurr. Albertsons has filed a lawsuit against Kroger, claiming it failed to exercise best efforts and take any and all actions needed to secure regulatory approval for the company's proposed $24.6 billion deal. Kroger up 0.7%. Albertsons today down 0.2%. Again, recapping, we've got NASDAQ above 20,000, S&P up by 0.9%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet in a dark and rainy Manhattan. You look like you're reporting from Blade Runner on YouTube today, Charlie. A bit drizzly today in the nation's capital as well. We're socked in the Amtrak corridor. If you'd like to find us on YouTube, we invite you as always. The live stream is up right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and we'll save a seat for you here in the studio as we turn to actual business on Capitol Hill. Not the transition meetings, actual legislation. Something is about to happen. Yes, a vote. The NDAA you hear us talk about so often seems to have upset everyone so much that it just might pass. Defense hawks hate it because it doesn't spend enough money. They wanted another $25 billion. Progressives hate it because of the trans language in this bill. I don't exactly quite know how or why it got in there. Republicans and Democrats seem a bit mystified by it, restricting some procedures for transgender youth. But we got a big number, $884 billion. That is 1% more than last year. And it has the big pay raise. This is the element that everyone can seem to rally around. 14.5% raise for junior enlisted service members, 4.5% for everybody else. The transgender part of this, by the way, drawing reactions, as I said, from both sides of the aisle. Ranking Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, Adam Smith, thought the demand was a problem. The demand by the Speaker of the House. Members of Congress denying health care to children, he says, based on a culture war. And I think that's wrong. Also, the top Republican on the Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, says he's unhappy that it got in there because they don't like to have culture language or issues like these attached to the NDAA. So, like I said, everybody hates it. Looks like it's going to pass. Let's assemble our panel. Jeannie Shanzano is back with us today, Democratic analyst and Bloomberg Politics contributor, political science professor at Iona University. And Lester Munson is with us, Republican strategist, BGR Group. Great to see you both here. Do I have this about right, Jeannie? This will pass today because it equally offends both sides?
Yeah, and they want to sort of move forward and try to get out of there by Christmas. So I think it will pass. But, you know, for all of the focus on some of these culture war issues, I think the focus, and I listened, because Joe, you know, I like to listen to C-SPAN. I listened to Representative Val Hoyle on the floor yesterday. And I think this is a really important point she makes, which certainly is not, something that the hawks want to hear. But what she had to say, and she's from Oregon, is the Defense Department, the Pentagon, has just failed its 7th audit. It is getting $900 billion this year. And the add-on that comes here is remarkable in terms of the increase. How is that in line with all of this talk about government efficiency and government effectiveness and the whole DOGE? So her remarks on the floor yesterday are really worth listening to, because while she said, like many of us, we support the pay raises, half of this money is going to defense contractors who have zero accountability to the government, and the Pentagon cannot pass an audit. So I think if, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, rightly so, want to focus on efficiency, this is a perfect place to begin. And we are seeing some people who are going to vote against this, not enough, but who will vote against this for this very reason.
All right, Lester, $884 billion. That target zero for the DOGE?
I suspect it's not the target for the DOGE. I think the budget hawks who do make up a significant, or excuse me, the defense hawks who do make up a significant portion of President-elect Trump's coalition are going to insist going forward on something like $1 trillion defense budget, peace through strength, speak softly and carry a big stick. Although I think the speak softly stuff, we might have to drop a pin in. Joe, I am, to continue your Blade Runner analogy, I'm kind of wondering if we're all replicants or something, because it does seem like these debates are the ones we always have on these bills. How did that get in there? Gosh, I sat in the conference committee, Congressman, the whole time. How did that get in there? It's a mystery. And then, gosh, I guess we're just going to have to vote up or down on this thing. So sorry.
No replicants on this program. It's all human power. Jeannie, we move to the CR, the continuing resolution, to keep the government from running out of money on the 20th. Looks like we're going to get a vote next week, and the Senate could have things wrapped up, we're hearing, in time, like the day before, December 19th, before we actually hit the wall. And that will pretty much be it for the 118th Congress. Do you have concerns about the way this comes together? They're looking at a March deadline for the CR. Is this as good as done?
I hate to say that with the 118th, because they are anything but efficient and effective. But I do think it's in everybody's interest to get this done and get out of there. But of course, what are they doing? They are pushing the can down the road. So Donald Trump is going to start his first 100 days with a lot on his plate and his agenda, which he wants to see through. And of course, this as something the Congress is going to have to take up in the first 100 days. And of course, if we thought it was tough for the 118th, the margin in the House is so very thin for the next Congress. It's going to be even worse. And, can I just go back to the NDAA, because I'm obsessed with this now, Joe?
Please.
How can we be good stewards of the public money if we are giving half of this money to defense contractors and you've got a Pentagon unable for years to pass an audit? So I think we should talk about accountability. Republicans wanted to talk about it, rightly so, with Ukraine spending. Let's also talk about it with our own defense spending. We do need to be secure and safe. Certainly the military need raises, no question there. But the spending is utterly out of control and nobody can account for it at this point.
Lester, you can take a swing at that if you want. I think maybe you already did. But when it comes to the continuing resolution, we're not sleepwalking into a shutdown here, right? We kicked the can to March. Is that a deal done as you see it?
I think that it's a deal that will be done. I don't think it's done yet. I think there's an argument over how big the relief package from Hurricane Helene and some of these other disaster needs, how much money does FEMA really need? Republicans are saying we want to do the minimum necessary and then get to the next administration and work with President Trump to make sure we do the other things that we have to do in this area. So and Democrats are signaling they need about the request level of $98 billion, I think it is. So there's effectively a negotiation going on over the amount of that extra domestic aid package right now. But it looks like it's on its way to being resolved.
How does that end? And what is the Republican take on FEMA. Tim Burchett, the Republican congressman from Tennessee, was on the other day. He called FEMA a garbage can, Lester. He said it needs to be dumped upside down. It doesn't need a lot more money. Is the party going to continue that line on FEMA after what we saw regarding a lot of misinformation and some crackpot reporting in certainly the western part of North Carolina after those storms went through?
Yeah, well, you know, there were some incidents on the ground, I think, that were kind of notable and got blown out of proportion. But it does have to do with political constituencies. These storms hit a lot of red areas. So there's a lot of, you know, Republican voters who need some help. And I think once we have Trump in office and his folks running things, the notes of the song will change a little bit from Republicans about just how bad FEMA is, and suddenly they'll see a lot of positives. This is not, you know, we suddenly, everyone changes the color of their tie and they're good or bad. I think it's not much more than that.
Yeah, it's not black hats and white hats anymore. Jeannie, your thoughts on the men's club? I don't know how many people are keeping track of this on their home game, but they're actually running elections this week for leadership positions in the U.S. House. There was an important one that took place the other day, Foreign Affairs. This is a big, very important committee. And Representative Ann Wagner, Republican, lost the chairmanship to Representative Brian Mast, the Republican from Florida. With that in place now, that means House committee leadership will be all male for the first time in about a decade. What does that tell us about diversity in decision-making in the new Congress?
Well, this has been a problem for a long time for Republicans. Yes, they have had female leaders. Certainly, Elise Stefanik is a good example of that, but not nearly to the degree that the Democrats have. And this is problematic because, of course, you need diversity in leadership. You know, many Congresses, legislatures outside of the U.S., in fact, mandate that. We don't do that, and I think rightly so in the U.S. But a party that's going to be representative of all the people should not just have in its leadership 1/2 of the population or be represented by 1/2 of the population. So I think this is something that the Republicans really need to pay close attention to. And it's going to be hard for them to address it because, of course, you do need to make sure that you have a bench of incoming lawmakers who are primed for these positions. And there are really good women on the Republican side. It's really hard to understand why they aren't moving up in this Congress, at least the next Congress, in the way they should.
We heard from Nicole Malliotakis on this one, Lester, Republican from New York. She says it's unfortunate. We've never been the party that was about checking boxes or identity politics, but the difference is we have women qualified to be chairs. What do you make of that?
I think, you know, I agree with Jeannie. The Republicans have a problem here. Nothing against Brian Mast, who waged a heck of a campaign to get that job, and no one really thought before the vote that he was going to get it, and he was pretty effective. But to the larger point about the House, Republicans I think are missing an opportunity to show that they do reach beyond just a bunch of old white guys and have women in key positions. As you say, they've got some terrific members of Congress who are women. Put them in positions of leadership. This isn't that hard.
There you have it from Lester Munson, the Republican on our panel today. Jeannie, you've taken a couple shots at the 118th, probably very well deserved. How will this Congress be remembered? Just another do nothing, or is it more nuanced than that?
You know, I think it's going to be one that we as political scientists go back and study. You know, I just think back to the time that we all spent watching as they threw out the speaker and then struggled to find another one. I mean, it gives us nightmares. This has been quite a Congress. And, you know, my fear is that this is going to continue. And so, you know, I don't think that any of the problems that we saw in the 118th have quite been addressed. In fact, they've probably gotten worse. But I guess if you have to put it in, you know, a nutshell, it's going to be a do nothing Congress because they passed very, very little. They can barely pass the necessary things like a budget. So it's not a good look for Congress, and the polls show it.
Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow, the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress And Lester Munson with the international practice at BGR Group, our Democrat and Republican on the panel. They'll be back in hour 2 as we turn to the transition. Pete Hegseth walking the halls today, Tulsi Gabbard, and so too is Scott Bessent, the president-elect's pick to run the Treasury Department. We'll have a lot more on that ahead, including elements of our conversation today at Bloomberg with the outgoing Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Stay with us for hour 2 on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary gets his turn. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as Scott Bessent today makes the rounds, meeting with the senators who will decide his fate on this same day that Bloomberg News sits down with the outgoing Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. And Kaylee, interesting to hear Janet Yellen weighing in on the very issues we associate with Scott Bessent: tariffs, deficits, and even a shadow Fed.
Yeah, that shadow Fed idea, I think we know how has gone down in the court of public opinion, and the Treasury Secretary, the current one, doesn't necessarily seem to disagree with that, or to agree, rather, with the person who will succeed her, presuming that they can get confirmed. Scott Bessent, of course, is trying to lock in that confirmation with his visit to Capitol Hill today, and he's not the only one. We heard from the Senate Majority Leader, at least for now, Chuck Schumer, on the floor this morning, saying he plans to meet with Howard Lutnick, the nominee for Commerce Secretary, today as well, and that's not even to mention the more controversial Trump picks.
And by gosh, they're practically living up there at this point. Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, both back up there again today with a lot of questions about their resumes, and more writing today in the Washington Post, Kaylee, about some of the past comments that Gabbard, along with RFK Jr., have made about Donald Trump. This could be interesting when they get into a hearing.
Yeah, reminding us all, these are former Democrats that we are talking about when it comes to those latter two. So we're going to get into all of this with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson coming up in just a minute here. We're also going to bring you shortly an important conversation between our very own Shonali Bosick and Thomas Petterfy of Interactive Brokers Group. But before we do so, let's get a check on these markets. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Gloomy day weather-wise in New York, but bright and sunny on Wall Street, with NASDAQ for the first time ever trading above 20,000 right now. 20,030 on NASDAQ, up 342 points, up 1.7%. CPI Wednesday, we've got the S&P to put it all in context at 6,090, advancing 56 points now, up by about 0.9%. The Dow now up 62, a gain of 0.1%. 10-year 4.24% with a 2-year 4.13%. Gold is at $27.17 the ounce, up $23 now, up by about 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $69.94 for a barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin was trading above 100,000 right now, 99,775 on Bitcoin. The main owner of chocolate maker Hershey has rejected a preliminary takeover offer from Mondelez International. This according to sources. Hershey Trust, which has roughly 80% of the voting power at the company, turned down the bid, according to sources saying it was too low. Mondelez, though, up 2.6%. Hershey slumping now by 2.5%. So again, recapping here, we got big tech rallying, NASDAQ above 20,000, the S&P up by just about 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where it's been busy on Capitol Hill for the nominees who are hoping to get their chance at being confirmed into the incoming Trump administration, and more specifically, the president-elect's cabinet. We've seen the more controversial nominees taking plenty of meetings with senators as they try to make their case in recent days. Thinking here, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. will take his turn next week. But also the nominees who have been received more warmly by those on Capitol Hill are starting to make the rounds, including Howard Lutnick, who has been tapped to be Commerce Secretary. And today, Joe, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary designate, is taking his turn.
Yeah, that's right. Meeting with Tom Tillis, Steve Daines, Ron Johnson, Marsha Blackburn, Bill Cassidy. Should be a pretty welcome reception. And you're right, it's just incredible the contrast that we're seeing between some of these picks and the receptions that they've received, with hordes of reporters following them in and out of these meetings with some tough questions, which is where we start our conversation with Wendy Benjaminson here in Washington, D.C., helping our political coverage in the nation's capital. Scott Bessent, is he having an easier time simply because of the controversial nature of all the others?
Yes, I mean, that because of the controversial nature of all the others, and because he is a, you know, in the Senate's mind, a wholly acceptable pick. I mean, Democrats will vote against him on principle, but they also realize elections have consequences. Trump was going to pick a like-minded Treasury Secretary, but he picked a Wall Street guy, a guy who has not been radical in any of his thinking. He's well respected. I don't think Scott Bessent has any trouble, will have any trouble getting confirmed, but he has to, he still has to make the rounds. And those senators you mentioned are all on the Finance Committee, which is very important to the Treasury Department. Right. And so I think those will be friendly, cordial meetings, unlike the receptions that some of the ones that Kaylee mentioned are getting while they're up there.
Well, but the receptions have warmed up for some of those, including Pete Hegseth, the defense Defense Secretary designate, who has had several meetings with one senator in particular, Joni Ernst of Iowa, a combat veteran herself, someone who has advocated on behalf of survivors of sexual assault. And she has very much changed her language around Hegseth in the face of incredible pressure from the base of the Republican Party. Could we expect that to extend to others beyond Ernst now that it seems that concern has been put to bed, at least for now?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, we saw Charlie Kirk of Turning Point, another conservative commentator. He put out a tweet for Senator Mike Rounds, who is a Republican from South Dakota, not exactly a bleeding heart liberal. And this guy, I mean, he made some questions about
the FBI director.
The FBI director, right. He said nice things about Chris Wray and expressed some concern about some of the nominees. And Charlie Kirk put out a tweet saying, you know, I know a guy who'd love to primary you. I mean, they are threatening primary opponents to these people. They are putting MAGA world social media pressure on them. And, you know, he is putting those senators in line. There is party discipline, for good or for worse.
As we consider the conversation Scott Bessent may be having in these meetings, we had an interesting one here on Bloomberg with the outgoing Treasury Secretary. And Janet Yellen was asked specifically about some of the elements that are features of Scott Bessent's approach, including tariffs. Here's what she said.
Broad-based tariffs, almost all economists agree that what they will do is hurt us by raising prices, possibly substantially, and making it more expensive for firms that need inputs from China to be able to acquire them and harm our competitiveness.
Now, keeping in mind that the Biden administration kept in place Trump-era tariffs, what kind of a culture shift are we in for here inside this Treasury Department?
Well, we are in for a huge culture shift between Janet Yellen and Scott Bessent if he is not confirmed, which I think he will be. Tariffs will be the song that everyone is singing. And even Trump has acknowledged that he cannot guarantee, I think it was in a Meet the Press appearance this past weekend, that he cannot guarantee that Americans won't pay higher prices, and yet he still thinks this is the most effective tool for raising revenue and for, you know, balancing our trade, even though, as Janet Yellen pointed out, most economists don't agree. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. But I don't think he'll have a problem getting confirmed.
Well, there's others, though, that we have questions about, as Joe and I mentioned earlier, including the likes of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., who, of course, are not only in the spotlight because of controversial policy stances they have taken, but also by the very fact that these are people who we used to describe as members of the Democratic Party, who are now going to be leaning on Republican support to get confirmed to a Republican administration.
Yes.
And Joe pointed this out this morning, the reporting in the Washington Post today about some of the language these individuals have used to describe the president-elect. Tulsi Gabbard once compared him to a pimp renting out soldiers to Saudi Arabia. She called him a self-serving politician, unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief, and now she wants to serve under this commander-in-chief.
Well, I'm really glad you said this, because I printed this out and highlighted the words I could say on a public broadcast. Yeah, some of them we cannot. No, RFK Jr. is from a storied Democratic family. Tulsi Gabbard ran for president as a Democrat in 2019 before dropping out in early 2020. And they have both said all the things that you would expect Democrats to say about Donald Trump. He is unfit to serve. He knows nothing about foreign policy. But not only that, so somehow they've made up with Donald Trump, clearly. But they have insulted the senators who are standing between them and these big fancy jobs they've been appointed or nominated for. She called Roger Wicker of Mississippi an insane sociopath and a sadist. She called Lindsey Graham a hypocritical warmonger. You know, they're not nice things. Now, to be fair, the senators have said similar things about Ms. Gabbard, but, you know, I'm sure these will come up in the private conversations and they'll have to make up for it.
RFK Jr. on Trump, these are recent remarks. Terrible human being, worst president ever, probably a sociopath. Compared Trump to Hitler, called him a terrible president. Some of his supporters outright Nazis. All this is coming up in the hearings, right?
Right, but these are words the current vice president-elect has said about the president also. I think, you know, Trump doesn't seem to, I mean, once you've apologized and shown your fealty to him. He doesn't seem to hold a grudge on these sort of things. Senators are sort of a different species on this. They may hold a grudge.
All right. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, our senior editor here in Washington. Thank you for joining us on Balance of Power live from the nation's capital. But we want to go now to the Goldman Sachs U.S. Financial Services Conference. It's happening in New York, and that's where we find our colleague Bloomberg's Sonali Basak, who is sitting down right now with Thomas Petterfy, the Interactive Brokers Group chairman. Sonali?
Kaylee, thank you so very much. Yes, I am sitting by with Thomas Petterfy of Interactive Brokers, and a lot of things dominating the conversation, but none more than the next presidential administration. When you think about what President-elect Trump, who you have given to for his prior campaign and the most recent one, what do you think the most impactful change will be to investors over the next 4 years?
Well, the most impactful aspect of the new administration will be less regulation and less interference with private enterprise. Having grown up in a socialist country, I come to a conviction early on in my life that a free market economy is the only way to efficiently run a society. And so I'm very happy that this is the outcome that we had this election time. I did not contribute as much to President Trump as I did to other candidates, other Republican candidates. I've always been a Republican all my life because, as I said, a good economy can only be based on private entrepreneurship.
Speaking of the Republican Party beyond Trump, I am very curious to hear what your thoughts are for Ron DeSantis' political future at the end of his term as Florida governor. Where do you think his career goes from here?
Well, unfortunately, I think Ron DeSantis shot himself in the foot with this 6-week abortion issue, and he could. I don't know if he will change his politics on that or not. That is going to be a very difficult situation. I was a great supporter of Ron for many years, up until he came up with this 6-week abortion thing, because I don't believe in it. I don't think it's a good thing.
Beyond Ron DeSantis, who do you think he has put up for the Senate seat for Marco Rubio? Who do you think takes that spot in Florida? Who would you like to see take that spot? Who would you be backing?
Well, I think Ron DeSantis would probably be the best candidate for that Senate seat, and I hope that he will do that rather than being Secretary of Defense, because, I mean, from a point of view of his political future, I think a senatorial seat would be a better place to jump off of than Secretary of Defense.
What then do you make of the reports that Lara Trump is being put up for that Senate spot? Do you think that she has a significant place there?
Well, she certainly has done a good job this time around, but I think I don't really know how old she is. Is she old enough to become a senator? She must be if they are talking about her, right? But I think she's still a very young woman, no?
So, you of course, are a very prominent Florida resident yourself. Activity in Florida has been very heated. A lot of people from Wall Street moving down there. And, of course, with the president-elect at the Winter White House, what has it been like there? Have you seen much more increased activity, especially from the business community, in what is now known as Wall Street South?
Well, you see, it's especially from my point of view, because I live only 3 houses away from Mar-a-Lago. So many times I cannot get out of my house because there are so many cars waiting in line that it's very hard for me to go anywhere. So there is a hell of a lot of traffic there. The road is always closed up. And unfortunately, these assassination attempts are very difficult to cope with. So, So yes, it's not easy to live in Palm Beach nowadays.
You were talking earlier about the pro-growth agenda, but nothing to say yet of the tariff agenda. That is something that has spooked a significant portion of the business community. Do you think that if they are put on as aggressively as had been postured during the campaign, that there could be ramifications, inflation, that pervades the U.S. economy?
Yes, it's certainly possible. But I agree with Trump that is probably a best tool to get to the point where we want to get to, and I think the opposite side will see that and will agree with it, and they will give in.
What does this all mean at the end of the day for you at Interactive Brokers? If you are looking at a pro-growth agenda and stock markets now at record highs, another day of gains in the NASDAQ 100, just soaring equities, what does it mean for business for you, your clients, and your ability to grow?
Well, it's extremely good for our business, but I'm afraid that the markets are becoming overextended, and that sometime in the future we will have a downturn in the markets. But I don't think it's going to be a very violent and very far. It will not go very far. So I'm extremely optimistic about the next 4 years and maybe even thereafter.
What do you think this means for the potential to grow inorganically? Have you considered mergers and acquisitions for Interactive Brokers?
Oh, yes, we have. It is difficult for us to engage in any of that because most firms we look at that we would buy are charging more for their services than what we do, and they would price themselves based on those revenues and incomes. And of course, if we were to take them over and we reduce the charges to our level, then those profits would go down. So we would buy a firm where I don't think that that their cost reductions would be equally, at least as high as what the revenue reductions would be. So it is difficult.
A lot of people...
It would be better off, I think, building our own, reinvesting in our own business rather than going out and buying others.
A lot of people believe that in the next administration you would have much looser antitrust regulations as well, much lighter antitrust enforcement. Does that mean, you said you would build yourself, but would you ever consider a transformative deal? Something that would be a merger of equals or even larger?
This is not a question I was prepared to deal with today, but well, of course, I mean, we will look at everything, but it doesn't mean that this is not something I ever thought about, to tell you frankly.
So the other thing where a lot of investors are expecting much lighter regulation is in the world of cryptocurrencies. How do you feel about cryptocurrencies from where you stand? And do you think that when your clients are going to Interactive Brokers, it's going to be something they're asking about more and more and more?
So cryptocurrencies are a very interesting area. We have been into cryptocurrencies for about 3 years. We charge less commission on a cryptocurrency trade than any other firm other than Robinhood. But Robinhood has a wider spread because they get their commissions paid by the market maker who they send their orders to. So I think on balance, our platform is probably the most efficient one for a crypto trader. Otherwise, I am, to tell you frankly, I am sort of scared of cryptos because, you know, they can go to any price because it's basically just a figment of imagination. So it doesn't have any underlying value. The only value it has is the same as the paper dollar, which is nothing.
But you've seen people pour in nonetheless through ETFs. You saw the price of Bitcoin get to $100,000. Will the investor of tomorrow be more likely to buy Bitcoin or a U.S. stock?
Well, it depends. Well, for a Bitcoin, you can buy U.S. stocks, right? For a U.S. stock, it's more difficult to buy Bitcoin, right? So I think that anybody who does not have Bitcoin should have some Bitcoin, but not too much. I would recommend that people put maybe their 2 to 3% of their net worth into Bitcoin. And we, for example, will not allow anyone to invest more than 10% of their assets into Bitcoin, because I think that would be very dangerous.
And if you have one area that investors should look at for next year, the biggest risk on the horizon, everyone is talking about so much growth and soaring stock markets. You mentioned you're worried that you could actually see a downturn, which is contrary to what everybody else is out there saying, right? Many people are out there saying right now. What's the biggest risk on the horizon?
So a downturn is a very big risk because margin balances have been growing very, very quickly. And especially if you take a thing like Bitcoin, I mean, you know, if, margins on Bitcoin futures, for example, charged by the CME are extremely low. So I am very worried that people overextend themselves. A sudden hit comes into the market and Bitcoin falls, say, 30, 40, 50% from one day to the next. There'll be many bankruptcies. The clearinghouse will be unable to pick up the pieces, and it basically will, or the bad debt will be transferred to the clearing members. So this is a difficult situation if it happens. Now, the probability is not very high that it will happen, but it certainly could happen. So I wish that everybody please pay attention to these situations and try to take preventive measures and do not extend margins so easily.
It's a good reminder, too, in the middle of all the exuberance, keep an eye out for those risks. That is Thomas Petterfy, of course, chairman of Interactive Brokers. Joe, back to you.
All right, Shonali, thank you so much. Fascinating conversation, and thanks for being with us here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. We talked a lot of politics there, as a matter of fact, with Thomas Petterfy. Kaylee, clearly optimistic, a neighbor of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, looking forward to less regulation, although pretty skeptical of crypto in general, suggesting it's a figment of our imagination.
Yeah, said he's scared of crypto, in fact. We know that the president-elect does not characterize himself as scared of this asset class. For whatever language he may have used to describe it in his first administration, he is singing a very different tune now, but deregulating, or at least being more regulatory friendly to the crypto industry in particular, is really just one element of the kind of deregulation we've heard the president-elect talk about that I think Mr. Petterfy was alluding to. Example, just yesterday, posting on True Social, he wants to essentially cut regulatory red tape when it comes to permitting and agreement with environmental regulations when people with $1 billion or more want to invest in the U.S.
That's correct.
Just $1 billion, anyone or any company.
We haven't really been able to quantify that. It's something we're exploring here at Bloomberg, exactly what that means or how it would be carried out. If only, to your point, just means lack of regulatory enforcement, but it's just one more log on the fire here as we try to figure out the posture of the incoming Trump administration.
Which will include, as we understand, a new FTC chair who won't require Senate confirmation because he's already a commissioner. Andrew Ferguson is the one who has been tapped for that role, which could also mean that there's a lower regulatory burden when it comes to getting approval for mergers and acquisitions, which is obviously something that financial markets will be paying a lot of attention to and maybe looking forward to.
Hence all the talk of animal spirits. Just take a look at Goldman Sachs since the election.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what's happening today, never mind since the election. Charlie Pellet has a look with the latest trades on Wall Street from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Lots of exuberance on this Wednesday. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. NASDAQ, though, right now at a record, advancing above 20,000 for the first time. Up 1.7% right now, up 344 points to 20,031 on the NASDAQ Composite Index. NASDAQ 100 Index at a record as well, up now by 1.8%. To put it all in context, the S&P close to a record 6,089, where that index stands right now, up 55, gain there of 0.9%. The Dow up 55, up by just about 0.1%. CPI Wednesday, we got a benign inflation report this morning. The 10-year 4.24%, with a 2-year 4.14%. Gold is advancing 1%, 27.20 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 69.87. But Bitcoin back above $1 $100,000, $100,338 right now on Bitcoin, a topic we were just discussing. Bitcoin up by 3.5%. ExxonMobil is going to be raising capital spending next year as its $60 billion purchase of Pioneer Natural Resources increases its oil production plans. ExxonMobil today down. ExxonMobil lower by 0.9%. And JetBlue, which is in the midst of a rebuilding plan after tie-ups with two other carriers were dashed in U.S. courts, says it will be adding a first-class section to airplanes in its domestic network over about 2 years. JetBlue shares today, they are rallying by 5.7%. And an update in the shooting of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. A source tells Bloomberg investigators have found that Luigi Mangione's fingerprints matched those recovered on a granola bar and water bottle found near the shooting. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P flirting with a record, up 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host as Balance of Power continues, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we find a number of cabinet nominees spending time today. The visits continue in the Senate, on Capitol Hill for a number of designates for secretary positions, including, as we mentioned, Scott Bessent holding his first round of talks today, but more controversial nominees as well, including Pete Hegseth, the nominee for Secretary of Defense. He had an interesting and arguably important meeting today, Joe, with the senator from Maine, Susan Collins, who is well understood to be one of the most moderate Republicans in the chamber, given the state that she represents. And after that meeting, Hegseth said he hopes to earn Collins's support. So trying to speak positively about this, but this one's still a question mark.
Well, yeah, positive to a point. That's far from an endorsement.
Yeah.
You compare that to what we've heard from Joni Ernst, Susan Collins today, Lisa Murkowski yesterday, the Republican from Alaska, also, to your point, having some issues with some of the allegations that have been levied against Pete Hegseth, all of which he denies, of course. Sexual assault allegations, questions about his alcohol use seem to be fading the more he meets with senators here, and a lot of it has to do with, based on our reporting at Bloomberg, a pressure campaign. Joni Ernst, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski getting a real earful from Republicans who want to see Donald Trump's nominees be confirmed.
Yeah, the question is really going to be for these senators who have re-election fights coming up just 2 years from now. 2026 is not all that far away politically. Do you want to risk getting a challenge from the right and your entire political future arguably over a no vote on one of the president-elect's nominees?
Let's get into it with our panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg politics contributor, and political science professor at Iona University, alongside Republican strategist Lester Munson from the international practice at BGR Group. Great to see you both. Lester, your thoughts on the pressure campaign? We've been hearing more about it than really any confirmation process we've seen in recent memory. Are these phone calls and meetings par for the course in a Trump world?
I suppose these are, some of these groups that are active, making calls and kind of generating some constituent interest, have been in this role before, putting pressure inside the Republican Party on kind of from the right towards the middle. So this is not unusual. This, at the end of the day, are these sitting senators going to read that threat as credible or not? You wisely pointed out they're thinking about their re-election chances and how this will play. That's how the system works. Can they get through the primary to a general? The constituency in the primary may be very different than the general election. So they have to worry about both of those, which means they could be threading a pretty tight needle here on this vote. And the delay we're seeing is as important as anything. So the longer Hegseth can stay as the nominee without having to withdraw, I think probably the better it is for him as these some of the allegations maybe get put in perspective or toned down or just not seen as serious, perhaps. Nevertheless, it does highlight the thing we talked about a couple segments ago, that Republicans may have a little bit of a woman problem here. There's no women in the leadership, in committee leadership on the House side, and now we're dealing with some tough personal behavior with a nominee here. So there's some bigger issues to think about as well.
So as we consider this question around a primary challenge for some of these individuals, Jeannie, I do wonder what Senator Tim Scott must think about this as the incoming chair of the NRSC, who is essentially his job is to make sure Republicans either stay in the Senate or get elected to it. And on the flip side of that, is it the best news possible for Democrats if some of these people decide to vote no on a Trump nominee and potentially not only keep that nominee from getting confirmed, but potentially open up opportunity if there is a far-right challenge for a pickup in states like North Carolina or Maine in the midterms?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the benefits of being in the minority. You could sort of sit back and watch this play itself out. You know, I think we also, though, have to consider the facts. I looked up today the incumbency reelection rate in the Senate. Now, these are real threats, but the reality is in 2024, the incumbency reelection rate was 91%. In 2022, it was a whopping 100%. So absolutely, there can be primary challenges. But if there's one thing our incumbent senators do well, it is get reelected. So this is a real threat, but one that they are perfectly situated to combat. And the other side of that is, you know, you look at somebody like Susan Collins, and, you know, I couldn't agree more with Lester about the issue of women in the Republican Party. But you look at Susan Collins, the reality is she's a little bit like a Joe Manchin on the other side. Republicans, to your point, Kayleigh, you know, you look at Scott, they have to be very, very careful because they don't want to lose this seat to a Democrat. And in fact, her voting against one or more of these Republican Trump nominees may actually help her in a state like Maine. So there's a lot of nuances as you look at this on a state-by-state basis. So these threats are real, but they may not be impactful in 2 years.
We were talking earlier this hour about a piece in the Washington Post today, Lester, pointing out some of the tough rhetoric that we've heard from these nominees, specifically Tulsi Gabbard and Kayleigh RFK Jr. was part of this conversation. Comments about Donald Trump that have been made in fairly recent history. Some of these I can't read on the air. Gabbard has accused Donald Trump of turning the U.S. into Saudi Arabia's a word that rhymes with rich twice, compared him to a pimp, called him a self-serving politician, unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief. Said he has the blood of Kurds on his hands. I can keep going here. I mean, it's quite the gallery of language. Again, some of it I can't repeat. Does any of it matter? She's talking about senators here as well, calling Roger Wicker insane, a sociopath, or a sadist. How does that play in a hearing?
Well, probably not well. She's a terrific subplot to this larger narrative. I think the question is going to be: does she get canceled after a couple of episodes, or is she going to make it all the way through the season? There's a lot of personality here, a lot of drama. Her nomination may end up being the one that's most like a roller coaster. We'll see how long it lasts. I think if she, in all seriousness, she's got some constituencies out there that are very concerned about her nomination, constituencies that matter. If she can go make peace with them, she might survive this process. If she's not willing to do that, if she continues to have some of these, frankly, very outside the mainstream views on foreign policy issues, I think she's not going to make it all the way through.
Well, as we consider this notion that Donald Trump is by and large picking people who are loyal to him now, even if they weren't always, Jeannie, I do want to get your take on what we learned yesterday, his nomination for ambassador to Greece. Kimberly Guilfoyle, who at least was engaged to his son, Don Jr. There's a lot of reporting that suggests perhaps that engagement is off now, but it's just another example of someone who is actually, at least potentially by marriage or intended to by marriage, be part of the president-elect's family serving in his administration.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's not unusual, as we all know, for presidents to appoint ambassadors for various reasons. You know, I'm a big New York Post page 6 fan, Kayleigh, so I read it a lot. So I'm all up to date on what they're saying about what was, I guess, an engagement and may or may not be on right now. You know, the reality is this is pretty common practice. It was one of the things that Joe Biden actually tried to put a halt to, saying you need people with more serious foreign policy credentials in the ambassador role. Obviously, this comes back with the Trump administration. And, you know, it's something that we've long seen in the U.S. And I think it is going to raise some concerns. But if the engagement is off, maybe this is best for Don Jr. if she's over in Greece. I don't know.
Wow. There's so much I have to learn about still. The engagements, I don't know about any of this stuff.
Well, that's unconfirmed by Bloomberg.
Okay,
But, you know,
yeah.
check the internet and see what you
I
find.
bet it's all there. Great panel. Jeannie Shanzano, Lester Munson. You never know what you're going to learn around here. Important conversation, though, as we continue to follow what's happening with regard to this transition. We'll have a lot more for you as these meetings occur and we get closer to actual hearings. Coming up, an important interview today in Washington, Kaylee, exclusive here on Bloomberg with Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, sitting down with David Gura. We'll have a taste of that coming up.
Yeah, and we'll have reaction to that conversation from economist Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative. So stick with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got a tech rally underway on Wall Street. CPI Wednesday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P right now up 56, up 0.9%. But NASDAQ by far the outperformer. NASDAQ, the composite index, trading above 20,000 for the first time. Right now at 20,048. That index up by 1.8%. The S&P by comparison up 0.9%. The Dow little changed, up under 0.1%. The 10-year 4.25% with the 2-year 4.14%. Gold up $23 the ounce. Spot gold up 0.9%. 27.17 right now, while West Texas Intermediate crude above $70 a barrel once again. 70.12 right now on WTI, up 2.2%. Bitcoin up above 100,000 once again, surging today by 3.9%. Albertson says it has filed a lawsuit against Kroger, claiming it failed to exercise best efforts and take any and all actions needed to secure regulatory approval for the company's proposed $24.6 billion deal. Kroger shares are up 0.8%. Albertsons right now down by about 0.7%. And a significant update today in the shooting of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. A source tells Bloomberg investigators have found that Luigi Mangioni's fingerprints matched those recovered on a granola bar and water bottle found near the shooting, and that the bullets used to kill Thompson matched the gun recovered on Mangione. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 0.9%. NASDAQ above 20,000. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Thank you for joining us on this Wednesday edition. It just happens to be Wednesday, December 11th. And that reminds me that we haven't mentioned the countdown clock yet.
That's right.
This hour, Joe. 9 days to go until government funding expires. No one is expecting that there will be a shutdown. There's going to be a solution of some kind, very likely a continuing resolution that will go till mid-March, when we'll be roughly halfway through the fiscal year that this budget was supposed to be addressing, putting a spotlight on the, shall we say, difficult fiscal picture of the United States.
Well, look, how many economists have we talked to on this program about the impact of extending or making permanent the Trump tax cuts combined with tariffs when there is no obvious way to pay for it? It turns our attention to ballooning deficits, and something that came up today with some parting remarks from Janet Yellen, who sat down exclusively with Bloomberg's David Gore. Here she is.
Well, I am concerned about the fiscal outlook, and I believe that deficit reduction is necessary to keep us on a sustainable fiscal course. Now, President Biden signed into law $1 trillion of deficit reduction over the next 10 years. He did that in the agreement to raise the debt ceiling. And our budget proposes an additional $3 trillion of deficit reduction over 10 years. And I think that's necessary to make sure that our fiscal path is sustainable. Now, Congress hasn't really done anything to, beyond what I've mentioned, to improve the fiscal outlook, and I think that's a shame. I'm disappointed in that, and I think Congress needs to work hard on that. There is a threat going forward that many of the provisions on the individual tax side of the Job Cuts and Tax Act, JCTA, enacted by the Trump administration in Congress in 2017, they will sunset at the end of next year. And many Republicans have expressed a desire to keep all those provisions in place. CBO said that will cost $5 trillion over 10 years. So that really is, and so that would be a blow in a situation where I believe an additional $3 trillion, that not doing the $5 trillion and $3 trillion more is necessary. And if the provisions are just extended, this will be a serious blow without finding ways to pay for them. We proposed a lot of pay-fors that we think would fairly ask corporations, wealthy individuals to pay their fair share. We've negotiated an international tax agreement that would create a level playing field worldwide for multinationals. The United States has not yet joined, although many other countries have. And that would be a revenue-raising measure that I think would be very valuable. And there is certainly more. So I do hope that the new administration and Congress will, if they extend features of JCTA, find ways to pay for what they do, and also make sure that the benefits go not to the wealthiest individuals, but to middle-class families.
The Treasury Secretary, at least for a few more weeks, Janet Yellen, speaking exclusively with Bloomberg, she talked about a lot more as well, including the notion of a shadow Fed chair. And you can find the full conversation on the terminal and will be posted on the Big Take podcast when that drops tomorrow. David Gura was speaking for Bloomberg TV as well as the podcast, Bloomberg Radio. They covered a lot of ground, Kaylee.
Yeah, but this deficit conversation is an important one to consider as we look forward to this new administration that will be coming in. Scott Bessent, of course, will be taking over Janet Yellen's current role, and Donald Trump will be president of the United States, pushing for a long list of tax cuts in addition to the extension of his 2017 tax package. So for more on this, we turn to Lindsay Owen. She is from the Groundwork Collaborative, where she is executive director. She's also a former senior economic policy advisor to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. Lindsay, welcome back to Balance of Power. When we consider these kind of tax-oriented questions, which we know we will be dealing with next year, to what extent is this about considering a medium to long-term impact, which is obviously a higher United States deficit, versus the near-term one that Republicans and the incoming Trump administration argue will mean higher growth and more money in the pockets of American people?
Yeah, if your top concern around the American economy is fiscal sustainability, if you're worried about the debt or the deficit, you are in for a rude awakening next year, because Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are already hard at work in the tax writing committees working on a budget-busting tax package of additional cuts, tax cuts for the wealthy, and possibly even more for corporations. As Yellen said, we know because the Congressional Budget Office has already weighed in, just extending the status quo, the tax cuts that Trump passed in 2017 that are slated to sunset and expire at the end of next year, merely extending those for the next 10 years is going to cost nearly $5 trillion. So we are definitely not headed to a better place from a fiscal sustainability perspective. But this isn't really that surprising. When we get a Republican trifecta, we get tax cuts and we get budget deficits. That's what happened when President Trump, took office in 2017. That's what we saw with Bush and the Bush tax cuts. So I think we've seen this movie before. We know what to expect next year. We absolutely should be in a position to let those tax cuts expire on schedule if our focus is budget deficits. I mean, there are also other good reasons to let those tax cuts expire, including it would decrease income inequality in this country. But that's obviously not where we're headed, if congressional Republicans are able to move through their planned tax cuts.
Well, of course, we've talked about this idea of the tax cuts combined with the tariffs becoming something even greater. Scott Bessent has talked to us about it here at the table, suggesting you cannot take one element of the plan in a vacuum. You have to put it all together. They also point, Lindsay, as you well know, to rising revenues following the Trump tax cuts when they were first implemented in 2017, suggesting that COVID got in the way, that the pandemic distorted what came next. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of promises made in 2017 about the long-term outlook of the tax cuts. One of the promises made was that the tax cuts would pay for themselves. Obviously, that was not borne out. We know that the tax cuts cost $1.9 trillion when all was said and done. There was a period of time when the Trump administration was also promising that every family would see a $4,000 increase in their wages because of the tax cuts. That also didn't come true. So I'm not holding my breath for more kind of mythical supply side economics, results from tax cuts. The data's in on this. We have legions of academic research that shows that these tax cuts won't pay for themselves. What they will do is boost the bottom lines for shareholders who will see big benefits.
Well, there's also the question of the impact both the tax and tariff side of the equation that Joe was referencing will have on inflation when the Fed is trying to get closer to declaring outright victory on that. Lindsay, we, of course, got CPI this morning for the fourth month in a row, a 0.3% rise in core CPI, Xing out food and energy. Is this all the justification necessary for a Fed cut next week for now? And then what happens once we get into 2025?
Yeah, I think CPI came in today sort of right on schedule, right in line with expectations. And as a result, I do anticipate the Fed will move forward with their planned cut next week. Headed into next year is a really interesting question. I do think if what we see in terms of economic policy in Washington is tax cuts for the wealthy and higher prices for everyone else, the inflation outlook will deteriorate considerably. So that's obviously something that we're concerned about and watching closely. But as it stands right now, inflation is still off of its peak. We're in a reasonably good place inflation-wise, and I think the Fed is in a reasonably good place as well.
Interesting statement from Lael Brainerd coming out of the White House. For 4 months in a row now, she writes, inflation has been close to the level right before the pandemic. It's almost like an almost mission accomplished sign. They almost made it, Lindsay. How would you describe the job done here? I know we get one more data point before they leave office, but the job done in beating inflation.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the Biden administration has a lot to be pretty proud of. They came in during an incredibly tumultuous economic period and a tumultuous period for the country more broadly, right? We were in the throes of a devastating once-in-a-century pandemic. The unemployment rate had come up above 6%. And then, shortly thereafter, we started to see the surge in inflation in late 2021. And, they leave office more or less having taken care of all of those issues, right? The pandemic has subsided. Unemployment is back down to pre-pandemic levels. Job growth is nice. Wages are beating prices. Household incomes are looking nice. And inflation has inched down to close to that pre-pandemic level and very near the Fed's 2% target. So they have a lot to be proud of. Obviously, the sort of electoral benefits of that work, are sort of vexing and frustrating to them. But I think, just on the numbers, calling balls and strikes here, they've done a really nice job with the economy. And I think it is really a testament to their approach, which was to center increasing worker power, to center making federal investments in markets and the economy so that we could have those good paying jobs that have been powering that record job growth month over month. And then also they've done a really exceptional job in curbing the worst excesses of corporate power. We saw just yesterday, the court agreed with the Federal Trade Commission to block the merger of Kroger and Albertsons. I mean, that's certainly something that would have resulted in a spike in grocery prices for families. Obviously, we have, weathered that storm for now.
Lindsay, it's great to have you back. Lindsay Owens with the Groundwork Collaborative, where she's executive director, former senior economic policy advisor to Senator Elizabeth Warren. It's great to have you back here on this day. We spent some time with Janet Yellen, and the incoming, likely, Treasury Secretary is making rounds today on Capitol Hill. That FTC appointment, by the way, awfully interesting because it's someone we actually know about, a Republican member of the commission with a track record.
Yeah, Andrew Ferguson, which does mean he doesn't need Senate confirmation because he's just being essentially lifted up within the FTC. But I'm glad Lindsay made that point on the Kroger-Albertsons deal, because there is this kind of question around what the competitive regulatory environment is going to look like under this administration, what impact that could have on prices consumers ultimately face. Because, of course, a lot of the pushback we have seen in the Biden administration has been this idea that you get more consolidation, and potentially that gives them more leverage over consumers and greater pricing power. And so it's interesting to consider how all of this extends.
So did J.D. Vance lose that argument with Donald Trump?
I don't know. I thought he liked Lena Khan. Yeah.
Well, they're talking animal spirits on Wall Street now. As we heard from Interactive Brokers Chair earlier this hour, it's on when it comes to M&A in the new Trump administration. We'll meet you back here 5 o'clock Eastern Time for the late edition of Balance of Power alongside Kaylee Lines. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic on this Wednesday, December 11th. I do keep checking the dates. I don't know why.
Because when you're not here on a Monday, your first day back at work always seems like it's Monday. But yes, it's Wednesday, so
you've been dealing that a lot with me this week.
Almost over that hump for hump day.
We are. And who said it was time to back away from big technology names? Because, man, big tech stocks, Tim, they are back in a big way today. A few hitting records, helping big time to kind of end that two-day stock slide that we've seen as of late. All in, right? You know, when everybody comes on, stop buying the big tech cap names. The market's broadening out.
Well, the NASDAQ composite, 1.76% right now, hitting above 20,000 for the first time ever. NASDAQ 100 today being pulled higher by tech companies, up 1.8%. We're going to have more on the trade and the markets throughout the show and in just a few minutes with Charlie Pellet.
I've got a few of those names among my gainers that we're going to talk about at 4 p.m.
Yeah, no shortage of names to pick from.
No. On our mind, though, on this Wednesday, the latest U.S. inflation read, giving the Fed the green light to cut. And then we've got companies in the news that are not big tech.
Yeah, we got Adecco to Workday. We've got the 50 to watch in 2024. Also, Albertsons and Kroger and Macy's, Carol, they're also on the move.
They are indeed. And speaking of the new year that's just around the corner, tech trends to track. Safe guess that AI is on that list, but we're going to break it down for you. First up, though, let's break down the markets on this Wednesday. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. Not just Wednesday, but CPI Wednesday with the S&P 500 index continuing to push higher. We have got NASDAQ surging to a record, as Tim mentioned, up now by 1.8%, up 348 points. The S&P, to put it all in context for you, up 51, up by 0.9%. Though the Dow, past few minutes, turning negative. Right now, we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down less than 0.1%, falling by 25 points. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.8%. The 10-year after that benign inflation report, 4.27%. The 2-year, 4.15%. Gold up almost $20 the ounce to $27.14, up 0.7%. Crude at $70.15 a barrel, up 2.3%. And you cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today, up 3.8%. Bitcoin back above $100,000 at $100,582. The main owner of chocolate maker Hershey has rejected a preliminary takeover offer from Mondelez International. This, according to sources, potentially ending a fresh pursuit that would have created a food giant with combined sales of almost $50 billion. Mondelez right now up 2.3%, Hershey down 3.3%. Also a significant update in the shooting of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. A source tells Bloomberg investigators have found that Luigi Mangioni's fingerprints match those recovered on a granola bar and a water bottle found near the shooting. Again, recapping, S&P pushes higher, up 0.9%, and the NASDAQ Composite Index above 20,000, up 1.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it. Charlie, thank you so much. Well, cross it off your list, folks. We got that first inflation print of the week earlier this morning. U.S. consumer prices rose at a firm pace in the month of November, in line with expectations, solidifying expectations that, yes, indeed, the U.S. Central Bank, the Fed, should cut interest rates next week. As for the so-called core consumer price index, the core CPI, that backs out, of course, as you know, the food and energy costs. They can be volatile. Well, it increased 0.3% for a fourth straight month, Tim.
U.S. Treasury rates dipping on the news with more on the inflation read and the market reaction and what it all means for U.S. rates. The Fed meeting next week, and also what things might look like in 2025. With us, Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. She's here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Also, along with Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets, Liz McCormick, joining us from New Jersey. Molly, I do want to start with you. Walk us through the CPI report, because it was kind of bang on when it came to what economists and surveyed by Bloomberg would think. Also, any revisions to the prior month?
No revisions, but that's the thing, is that this was exactly in line with expectations. And if you were to just look at those numbers, though, in isolation, you think like 0.3% on the core, 4 months in a row. You take that times 12, that's 3.6% if you were to annualize that rate. That's clearly not 2% inflation. That's not consistent with that target. It's well above it. And we're thinking, why are we sitting here talking about cutting interest rates next week? But that's exactly the thing, is that the markets were really bracing for, hopefully it's not going to be worse than expected, and thank God it wasn't. So green light, Fed should cut rates next week.
So expectations, okay, so it wasn't worse than everybody thought, but as you said, we still have inflation.
We still have inflation. And interestingly, I took a look back at the estimates in the Bloomberg survey just to see, was anyone expecting 0.4? Nobody. Estimates were 0.2% and 0.3%. So if anything, maybe we would have hoped for a surprise to the downside. But again, the relief was just that it did not come in worse than expected. So I think that's just really good enough right now. Obviously, I'm sure Liz would have a lot more to say about that.
So Liz, come on in on it. You did write about the market reaction. You track it. We've also had a Treasury auction, which we'll get to in just a moment. Talk to us about market reaction. We did see some movement right after the data.
Yeah, no, I think Molly nailed a lot of it because it is true that we, right after the data, Carol, we had 2-year yields really tumble. Now they're about flat. I'll get into, why we're oscillating around. But I think, remember the backdrop was Friday. We had that payrolls report that everyone was bracing for as well. And that came out, let's call it mixed enough, right? That people thought, because a lot of the Fed officials said, like, especially Governor Waller, I think I'll cut in December, but I got to see all the data. And he listed all the data, right, which included jobs and CPI, PPI, retail sales, bunch of other stuff. So we thought, oh, jobs was okay, lean into the cut a little bit. So that pricing went up for that. And then we're like, well, we have inflation next week. And like Molly said, it was just bang on. But, I'm becoming a little bit of an economist, scary maybe, but I thought so too. If you step your head back and say, wow, over 3% annualized, it's not really a good number, and the trend has not been tracking in the right direction. But I think for the bond market, they feel like, especially because let's remember, looking forward, we have so much uncertainty. We know President Trump won. We know there was a Republican sweep at Congress, but we don't really know what's going to happen. How much of the tariffs just a bargaining tool? How much will go through? Will even if they have all the same politicians on the same party, are they going to get everything through they want? So now the bond market's like, we don't know what happens next year, nor does the Fed. Powell said we're starting to try to model all the scenarios. So, but it was enough that they think the Fed wants to get one more cut in while they know what they know, right? But then you're looking to next year uncertainty. And, Molly can talk to this too. There's a lot of uncertainty of kind of where the end is. What is neutral?
That's the big
where's
question.
The long run rate, right? I mean, that's I feel like I keep saying neutral the new black. Everyone keeps bringing it up. And so I think that's why the market kind of rallied and now is stabilizing, but it was enough to say, okay, we think for sure they're going to cut in December, which is next week, right?
Why though, there seems to be this disconnect between what the data says and what traders think is going to happen, Molly, because like you said, we're not at 2%.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like necessarily this last mile is coming as easily as many people thought it would.
Well, I think, something I always like to think about is that markets see what they want to see. And that if we're going to price in, before the CPI data today, an 86% chance that the Fed is going to cut next week, there's not really a whole lot of room for that to not happen. The numbers would have had to have been so awful, right, in so many levels to really nix that possibility. The other thing, though, is that easy to look at this 1 month in isolation and think, okay, that 0.3% that we've now had for 4 months in a row, that clearly doesn't seem to indicate that inflation is coming down. But you look at this from a broader perspective where inflation was 2.5 years ago and how high rates got in order to bring that down. And that rates are still very high. They haven't really come down a whole lot, right? We've only had 75 basis points of cuts so far after raising them up to 5.5%. And that was when inflation was at 9%.
Right.
Now inflation is in the 2 to 3% area. So rates do need to come down. It's just more now about the pacing and the spacing of the cuts.
I keep thinking, too, about how much of the Fed rate increases, have they worked their way completely through the economy at this point, Molly? And then, as you say, we've only had a few cuts here, and we'll see, right? All of this kind of has to work its way through.
Well, that's, I think, what, central bankers are always wondering about these, so-called long and variable lags of monetary policy. And I think there's also a lot of reason to say, though, that a lot of the disinflation we've seen, you could probably argue, has nothing to do with interest rates and just had, people just getting a little bit back to normal after the pandemic distortions.
Liz, I want to bring you back in because I did think about, we've had some auctions this week. Had a 10-year, right? Just today, we had 3-year notes. Yesterday, nearly matching expectations. We've got a 30-year bond reopening tomorrow. But tell us about what we're seeing in terms of the auctions and what that says to us about investors willing to kind of step up to the plate here.
Yeah, I mean, today's 10-year note auction went very well. You know, the yield at the auction came below the when issue, which is a sign of good demand. And I think, you know, every investor I talk to, whether I want to talk to them about that or not, they bring up, well, you know, rates at above 4%, and hey, if we went back to 4.5 on the 10-year, it's a buying opportunity because they're looking kind of longer space. Like, we do have a positive total return for the Treasury market this year, not a lot, but a little over 2%, and they were up a little bit last year. And you figure you're getting these, you know, coupons that are over 4%. Even if the Fed doesn't end up cutting a lot, so you don't get a lot of, you know, capital appreciation, people feel like, hey, you know, these levels of yields, remember for years we had such low yields, and we don't know. No one thinks we're going back to this uber zero rate environment, but they also don't think we're going back to, you know, 10% yields. So if you can lock in getting these higher yields above 4%, that's why you're seeing, you know, bouts of good demand. But there's so much uncertainty. Still, people more are leaning towards, you know, call it the middle to the belly of the curve, 2-5-year notes, that kind of thing. But we did see good demand today for 10s. And then I think it's the fiscal that we really want to know what's going to happen to the long end. When does debt issuance start to increase? Is the new Treasury Secretary, who has to be confirmed, does he accomplish some of the things he would like to do, as far as he says he wants to reduce the deficit as a share of GDP and a lot of things. So I think that's why the jury's still out.
Just quickly, Molly, 20 seconds. PPI, can this do anything, what we get tomorrow on PPI, change the Fed's thinking? Just quickly.
No, I think it's really the matter. What PPI really matters more for now is like looking at PCE, just to add a few more acronyms to the list. So we get the Fed's favorite inflation gauge later this month. Depends a lot on what comes in tomorrow. So that's really more the takeaway.
Gets factored into it, correct?
Exactly. Some of those categories feed through.
All right, great stuff, guys. Both of you, thank you so much. Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith here in studio, and Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets, our one and only Liz McCormick out there in New Jersey. And that is today's economic data.
All right, well, we're getting some headlines here, too. Some breaking news. FBI Director Christopher Wray resigns his position, this according to Fox News. The New York Times also confirming that, saying that Christopher Wray has told employees at the Bureau today that he intends to resign before the next Trump administration begins. Remember, he was nominated by Donald Trump to be FBI director, but it also comes as the president-elect has expressed that he would like to nominate Kash Patel to serve as FBI director.
So the news out of D.C. certainly continues, and that kind of gets us to some news that did involve the FTC yesterday and a ruling. We want to get to some company news, and this is on Albertsons. Filed a lawsuit against Kroger, claiming it failed to exercise best efforts and take any and all actions, their words, needed to secure regulatory approval for the company's proposed $24.6 billion deal. Meantime, Kroger put out a statement. They refute the allegations. They say their board is evaluating next steps and looks forward to responding to claims in court. So kind of let the courtroom battle begin, or so it feels. Let's get an update on this story. We head back to Bloomberg Intelligence senior antitrust litigation analyst. Listen to her this morning, Jennifer Rhee, here in studio. You were with the gang on surveillance. Jen, we caught up with you yesterday. Late-breaking headlines. I guess we kind of thought that was it.
Well, I did ask her. I said, Jen, do you think you'll be back in our studio before the end of the year? And you said, yes, I think I will. And
I want both of your crystal balls.
Not even 24 hours later, she's back.
I didn't think it would be today.
but you did indicate to us that you thought the deal was done.
Oh, yeah. And it is done. This is now not about the deal. This is about whether one or both of them breached the contract, the purchase agreement. The deal's finished. You know, they are now in extended litigation about the merger agreement and whether or not, according to Albertsons, Kroger breached that agreement. And I think this is about the remedy that was offered to fix the problematic issues. I mean, this was a horizontal agreement between two competitors. Both Kroger and Albertsons knew it raised antitrust problems. There was no doubt about that, and that's why they offered a remedy, because you don't need to fix something if it doesn't raise an issue. The remedy wasn't good enough, and that became really apparent during the trial. It was complicated, it was piecemeal, it didn't completely resolve the concerns, and it really had an inadequate buyer. And I think the issue here is that Albertsons is probably saying, look, that was an inappropriate remedy. We weren't going to win with that remedy, and so you didn't use best efforts. That's what I'm guessing they're going to say. The complaint and all the papers are confidential and not available, so we don't know the details.
Well, that's what I wondered, if they have a legal case, because Albertsons said that Kroger willfully, breached the merger agreement by refusing to divest those assets needed for antitrust approval. Like, how do you know this world? Like, Kroger knew probably what needed to be done. I would assume it's like, to get that deal done. How are you looking at it as obviously more information will come out?
You know, I think in a way it's a difficult claim. And the reason I say that is because there's a difference between the way the Federal Trade Commission might evaluate a remedy and the way a judge would evaluate the remedy. And what we have seen in the last 3 years, because the FTC has been so difficult, really, they have really not accepted anything, we've seen several cases where the parties have gone to the court with what they call a fix-it-first. FTC said remedy's insufficient, or DOJ has said it, and the court has said, no, it's okay, and I'm going to let the deal close. So in some respects, Kroger's using their judgment, abiding by legal advice, thinking we can go before a judge and we can convince a judge this remedy's okay, even if we couldn't convince the FTC. And, you know, I think that it's reasonable. There's a reasonable argument that they might have had success in doing that. And so it becomes so subjective and such a difficult call.
I mean, it's a risk, right?
It's a risk.
You're kind of playing your cards and playing what you think is the right strategy.
Absolutely a risk.
Is this typically what happens after regulators scuttle a deal? Do the companies go from sort of being like, hey, we're going to be best friends forever, we're going to get married, to a very quick and acrimonious divorce?
It is not typical, but it has happened. And I go back to Anthem and Cigna. Boy, they litigated for several years in Delaware after they terminated their agreement. That was when Anthem tried to buy Cigna. They were blocked in court. Then it was blocked on appeal. And they both turned around and said the other one breached. And the crazy thing about that was that Cigna was supposed to get over $1 billion in a breakup fee. And then Anthem sued them for billions of dollars. And the Delaware court basically said, nobody gets anything. You've just spent a lot of money litigating and neither of you get anything. You know, you both breached, but I'm not going to make either of you pay each other a fee. And, you know, it was just such a long, extended effort with so much money spent and nothing to show for it.
Listen, when these legal cases go on, I think about it, whether it's an antitrust case, go back to Microsoft years ago, like, you know, these stocks and companies kind of twist in the wind for a while. Is that part of it? I mean, Albertson's stock was up 4% today, down 1.5%. It's down about 2/3 as I look right now. But I mean, is this Albertson not loving that its stock has been kind of kicked around during this process? Like, is there a financial element of like, this has not been great for me? And I wonder, is Albertsons damaged goods now?
Well, you know, that's exactly it. That's what a breakup fee in a purchase agreement is meant to take care of. Because in that interim period, that long investigation and litigation, there is no doubt the stock of the seller is hurting. It goes up and down. But the seller also, the business struggles, right? Because they can't enter supply agreements. They lose employees. You know, they think they're going to get bought and they're going to lose their job. So why not take something else that comes along before they're fired, you know, or laid off? And that is why they're supposed to get a breakup fee. And I think in this situation, Alberts may feel that they've been pretty significantly damaged. This has been a long road for a deal. They don't usually last this long. And they are supposed to get $600 million in breakup fee, but maybe they feel they really need more to be made whole.
Why not try again in the next administration? Truly, I mean,
Is it really over?
Andrew Ferguson
Yes.
would serve as the agency's chair.
That's right.
If all goes according to plan. We just learned that late yesterday.
We did.
Would this work under a different chair?
I don't think it would. So, you know, let me say this about the next administration. I think there's a lot of exuberance on Wall Street about deals. And I do think more deals are going to get closed, absolutely. But at the end of the day, big problematic deals, especially between horizontal competitors, are still going to go get challenged by an FTC, even if it's run by Andrew Ferguson. And I think this is an example of one that probably would have been challenged under Republicans, too.
Are you sure you're not going to come back later this week?
She might.
We will stand by. Always standing by for you. Jen, thank you so much. Jen Rhee, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Antitrust Litigation Analyst. Coming up next, it's the most wonderful time of the year. We get the 50 companies to watch exclusively, courtesy of our Business Week team and our Bloomberg Intelligence team. That's next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. FBI Director Christopher Wray has announced he will be resigning before President-elect Donald Trump takes office, prematurely ending his historic and tumultuous tenure as head of the nation's top investigative law enforcement agency. Stocks push higher. NASDAQ at a record, along with the NASDAQ 100 index, and not just a record. We've got NASDAQ above 20,000. Pros will tell you just another number, but right now we have got NASDAQ at 20,035, up 1.8%. The S&P up 51, up 0.9%. The Dow down 24, a decline of just about 0.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares also advancing, up now by 0.8%. 10-year 4.27%, with a 2-year now at 4.16%. Gold up $21 the ounce to $27.15, up by about 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude now up by 2.6%, $70.34 a barrel, and Bitcoin above $100,000 once again at $100,798 on Bitcoin, up right now by 4%. Among the names reporting after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Adobe. That stock up now by 0.5%. Recapping, S&P up 52, up 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, let's get to what's become an annual list featured by our Bloomberg Business Week team. And on that, just one little note, if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, you can do so by becoming a subscriber, unlocking all of the deep reporting, the analysis from reporters around the globe, including unlimited access to Business Week. So for more, head to Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. And so now let's get to that annual Bloomberg Business Week feature, which you can read on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/Business Week. It is about the 50 companies to watch in 2025. And the list, Tim and I know this list well. We've done it. We look forward to it. It's compiled by our Bloomberg Intelligence team, and a lot of factors go into it.
Oh, yeah, they do. A lot of factors and a lot of people, too. With more, we head to London and to Bloomberg Intelligence Senior European Strategist Tim Craighead. Tim, we love going through this list every year and remind everybody just how it's put together and the catalysts here. It's not a list for, to tell investors okay, these are the companies that you should be investing in for these reasons. It's sort of a more holistic approach. Talk us through the approach here.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for having me on. So the 50 companies to watch are based largely off of a group of companies that we have as focus ideas. And our focus ideas are where our analysts around the globe on a bottom-up basis, sector by sector, are looking for fundamental situations where they have a really strong view, a high conviction view that they think is out of consensus, that's differentiated from what the market is thinking. And we zero in on 50 out of that broader list that have specific catalysts in 2025, in this case, that we think will bring the market around to our point of view. And, it's pretty balanced across sectors. About half are U.S. or Americas oriented. The other 50% are sort of equally split between Europe and Asia. About 20% are negative, about 80% are positive. So there's a good balance around. And, there's lots of different drivers, as you rightfully said up front, that are behind the list, company by company and sort of theme by theme.
And there are some buckets, Tim, that they fall into, whether it's cyclical recovery, AI related, which tends to hit a lot of companies nowadays. But give us a little bit of context on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, because if I actually juxtapose this year versus last, AI was a big deal a year ago, but it was a lot of the big AI companies, the software companies, the LLM guys and whatnot. This year, it's more geared towards the semiconductors and enabling technologies behind it. We can get into some of those. China was a big deal last year, but it was all negative about the property crisis. This year, the list has changed complexion from a China perspective, and it's more positive oriented about a cyclical recovery because of the stimulus that's coming through. And you can also look at other topics such as a broader base cyclical recovery in Europe or the US because of lower interest rates.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of innovation and new product stories in there as well, and some other factors.
All right, we want to get into some of the names. I know it's alphabetical, but we got to get into, first of all, Broadcom. It's something that we are following in a big way. It's in the news today. Apple developing a server chip designed especially for AI, working with Broadcom on the chip's networking technology.
It's up 6.3% right now.
It's one of my top gainers today. Why are you guys highlighting it?
Yeah, well, Broadcom is interesting because you think of this as a semiconductor company, but it's much more than a semiconductor company because it's gotten into infrastructure software, and it's one of the few companies that combines semiconductors and software, and importantly, it's part of the AI theme because a lot of what it's doing feeds into the whole AI story, whether it's with Google or Meta or what have you. So, it's a pretty intriguing story. And, the software business came from, their acquisition of VMware a couple of years ago.
Okay. I want to go to Tesla, another company that's in the news today. Shares jumping to a record.
Nice job with the list, guys, by the way.
$1 billion rally in 6 weeks. Yeah, pretty amazing how you can see the future out there at Bloomberg Intelligence. Why is Tesla on the list this year?
So Tesla is there, and I'm going to bring in one other company at the same time. Okay. This falls into that category of new products, innovation, and whatnot. Obviously, Tesla is all about electric vehicles, but importantly, as we look into next year, there's new vehicles that are coming through, an important refresh of their core cars, and we think that that's an opportunity for a lift. Similarly, Porsche. We all like Porsches. I think we all like Porsches. I'd like to like a Porsche. They've got.
You're speaking.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you can like it. It's just right about ownership, right?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because back in the day, these were relatively affordable. The way that Porsche has driven its business, pun intended, is to go higher and higher end to where the average selling price of their cars are quite significant, and essentially what they're trying to do is attain a Ferrari-like profit margin, and they've got a number of products, whether it's hybrid related or other, that should help propel the company along and its profits and its margins along. Interestingly, and it flies a little bit in the face of Tesla. Clearly, that's pure battery electric vehicle. There has certainly been a pause in the U.S. and in Europe about that whole sort of transition to electric vehicles, and Porsche's core combustion engine business is doing better than what a lot of people thought it was going to do, and frankly, they make more money in the old stuff.
Oops, a little bit of a freeze there. We're going to try and reconnect with Tim Craighead of our Bloomberg Intelligence team because we want to keep talking through some of these names. He was just talking about Porsche, and so really highlighting them in a positive way, their ability to raise prices. We've talked about high-end in many ways doing okay in this economy, but it's not true across the board.
Hey, let's get right back to Tim Craighead out there in London. Looks like we've shored up that connection a little bit. Tim, I want to stick with the transportation theme here and talk Airbus because a lot has happened with this duopoly over the last year, including at the beginning of this year, that door panel blowing out on that 737 MAX, that Alaska Airlines jet. And that sort of sent Boeing into its most recent struggles, and new executive there and the like. Why Airbus on the list?
Yeah, so there's a couple of elements that play in. Part of it is just pure cyclical recovery. There is continued recovery in air traffic. There's continued recovery and order flow for airlines. And at the same time, there's been a real constraint on supply, on the supply channel going into the airline or airframe business. We think both of these elements are in play for 2025, and to the degree that Airbus, we think, continues to gain relative market share versus Boeing, there's a host of factors that play into a pretty positive view here.
All right, I like planes too, but I also like makeup. I'm just going to put
I
it
thought
out
you were
there.
going to say trains.
That would have been.
There is a train company on the list.
Darn you.
A railroad on the list.
All
Just
right.
a deep tease.
All right. We're going to get back to that in a moment. Estee Lauder, I want to bring that one. It's been under pressure. It's a well-known company, iconic company in the cosmetic business. If you go back to Estee Lauder, who created it, it has gone through some changes. It's down, I think, more than 40% this year, but it's been on quite a rally since kind of mid-November, up about 30%. You guys highlighted it. Are you expecting some kind of not liquidation, but some kind of, I don't know, event that maybe changes the fortunes going forward?
Yeah, well, so Estee Lauder is an interesting one because you have to love the brands that make up Estee Lauder. Whether it's Estee Lauder itself or MAC or Clinique, what have you. But it really does seem like they've lost a bit of an edge in some of their brands. They're also particularly skewed towards airport travel-related retail, which continues to be under pressure, notwithstanding air travel coming back. Spending on duty-free has continued to remain a pressure point. We think Estee Lauder continues to have some potential for disappointment in the first half of the year before maybe things then come around. They've announced a big restructuring that will happen. We think actually that restructuring charge that they'll take could actually be even more with a new new CEO who's come in place. So stay tuned. By the end of next year, there could be an interesting recovery, but it's a rough road in between now and then.
All right, I'm getting back to transit and
I was
logistics.
going to say planes, makeup, and trains.
Yeah, planes, makeup, and trains. Doesn't have the same ring to it
No,
as
it
the
does
John
not.
Kennedy film. Norfolk Southern. What's going on with Norfolk Southern?
So it's an interesting story. I have a long-standing association with Norfolk Southern, previously Norfolk and Western. My dad worked there for over 40 years, God rest his soul. And they've had issues over the last couple of years, unlike Union Pacific, which actually was on our list last year, that had really gotten moving with precision rail, but to be very precise in the logistics, and it's really good for customers, and it's great for the margins and efficiency. Norfolk Southern had been lagging. They have a new CEO who's in. They're bringing management in who's much more geared towards this precision transportation. We think this is a recovery story in 2025, somewhat akin to what we had seen at UNP last year.
Really quickly, 20 seconds. You said 20% negative, 80% positive stories. Is it always that mix, or does it tell you anything about kind of sentiment or what's going on in the markets? And you just got to be really quickly if you could.
No, we try to have a balance of the standard view is looking at glass half full, but we try to keep an eye out towards where do we see expectations that have run too far, too fast. And, our ideas range from a couple of banks to some consumer product companies to some tech companies. Yes.
It's a great list. Palantir's also on it, Okta, Tapestry. Check it out, everybody. Tim Craighead, thank you so much. Senior European Strategist, Director of Research Content at Bloomberg Intelligence. Another name on our radar, Macy's, stock down. I'll tell you why.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index pushing higher at a record right now, 6,090. NASDAQ above 20,000. 20,045 on the NASDAQ Composite Index. Tech surging up 358 points for NASDAQ, up 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index also at a record, up 1.9%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares ripping higher as well, up now by 1%. Your 10-year at 4.27%, with a 2-year now at 4.15%. Gold up 0.9%, 27.18 the ounce. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 2.6%. WTI 70.37 a barrel. And Bitcoin now at $101,000 on Bitcoin, up now by 4.2%. Albertsons says it has filed a lawsuit against Kroger, claiming it failed to exercise best efforts and take any and all actions needed to secure regulatory approval for the company's proposed $24.6 billion deal. Kroger's up by 0.5%. Albertsons down 0.6%. And FBI Director Christopher Wray has announced he will resign before President-elect Donald Trump takes office, prematurely ending his historic and tumultuous tenure as head of the nation's top investigative law enforcement agency. Recapping, NASDAQ above 20,000, S&P at a record up 55, up 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, we've been watching shares of Macy's selling off earlier today at their lows, down as much as 13%. We're now looking at about a 2% decline. The company trimming its profit outlook after concluding its investigation into an employee plot to hide millions of dollars in expenses.
With more, we turn to someone who keeps close tabs on the company, regularly speaking with senior management. Back with us, Romain Bostic. He's one of the co-hosts of The Close on Bloomberg TV. That is, of course, coming up next. Romain, we're going to go right back to where we were with you right before Thanksgiving, because it wasn't because of Black Friday or that holiday parade, but it was that accounting error, what people interpreted as being some sort of theft with related to the shipping.
Yeah, it was an interesting development, and of course it was very vague in terms of some of the details they gave us.
Did we learn more now?
Weeks ago. We did. It was about $150 million in erroneous accounting, and what I was told by a person familiar with the investigation was that effectively it was not theft. Essentially what I was told was that at some point an accounting error was made, and one particular individual who was effectively working in what is effectively their delivery operations tried to cover up that error. And at some point that compounded over a period of time to the tune of $150 million. What the company is saying that they have completed that investigation. They have also determined that none of those accounting errors had any material impact on the company or on its vendors, on whether it's on the bottom line or on the cash management side.
All right, so no intent, and it sounds like if in a situation like this, what we're finding out now, it's, I want to say, I don't know whether it's silver lining, but it could have been much worse.
It could have been much worse. Again, we're talking about $150 million for a company, of course, that generates billions. So, I mean, this is a drop in the bucket. According to them, they're basically saying that this all began and ended with this one particular employee who is no longer an employee. And based on the investigation, they think they've uncovered everything related to this. Now, there is one big sort of loose end here. They did acknowledge that there are accounting controls.
We're going to get more information tomorrow, right?
Particularly from this, yes, and they do plan to come out with another statement addressing that. But they did say that based on the third-party investigation, as well as our own internal investigation, as well as their discussions with counsel, that they need to improve their accounting controls. And they've actually rescinded some of their previous accounting statements, you know, kind of that boilerplate statement that you see in filings that everyone just overlooks, where they say everything is sound and good. Well, they're acknowledging it's not all sound and good, and they need to make some changes. But they did say on the record very specifically that they have already started to make some of those changes to correct this.
The misstatement of delivery expenses will have a full year impact of $79 million on gross margin and adjusted earnings per share. Most of the impact, though, recorded in the fourth quarter of the year.
Yeah, most of it will be recorded in the fourth quarter earnings statement here. And again, it shouldn't, when you look at the amount of revenue, the amount of profits that they're generating here, this is relatively minor financially.
The concern a few weeks ago was this spoke to something bigger at the company about controls, about culture, or about the way that, you know, people were handling numbers, handling the accounting. a little bit of that addressed today, but do you think it satisfies investors?
I think it satisfies investors in the sense that they don't have to anticipate some sort of larger write-off or some other larger wholesale change in past earnings or reporting. And I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of a relief here. As far as the accounting controls themselves, I've asked this question repeatedly. I asked it today. I asked it a couple weeks ago when they first disclosed this, which is how could all this have been done by one person? Was there anyone else? And they're saying that based on their investigation, they do think that it all originated and pretty much ended with this particular employee.
So it sounds like in terms of the investigation, Romaine, I mean, you follow this, you talk to them, you obviously are getting some insight into this investigation. Done? Should we assume we're done?
Yeah, the company is saying that they think they are done with this, pending obviously the changes that they have to make to some of their accounting controls. But yes, they're saying they think this is done.
How do you cover this company? I know Caroline Hyde used to, and then you've taken it over.
Yeah.
You cover it a lot. You know, I have a lot of conversations about what the role is Macy's going forward. I mean, it's still a company where the stock is down almost 20%. A lot of people don't do malls. A lot of people shop online. Help me understand how you're thinking about kind of this continued coverage of Macy's, which is an iconic name in retail.
It's an iconic name in retail, and if you go through the earnings release that they came out with today, and you go through their corporate presentations, and you listen to that conference call, believe it or not, this is a company that is trying to find its footing. It is finding its footing. Now, it's got a long way to go to get back to where it was in terms of finance and even stature. But some of the efforts that Tony Spring, the relatively new CEO, has taken to refocus the stores in a more, I guess, targeted manner, if you will, get rid of underperforming locations. You know, they're making progress there. It's going to be some time. And as they told me today, and they were very clear about this, they are 3 months in to what is a 3-year turnaround plan. So it's still early. I know a lot of people don't want to wait for that full 3 years to see the results, but they're urging patience. But like I said, when you look at the numbers, you're already starting to see some fruits of that labor.
But the previous CEO also was in the midst of a turnaround plan and did attempt to turn this company around. So how do investors separate that turnaround from this turnaround?
Well, I think Tony Spring, the new CEO, you're talking about Jeff Gannett, who Tony Spring replaced. Now, Tony Spring became CEO largely because of the success that he had when he was helming the Bloomingdale's brand.
Which has done well. We've talked
and
about this.
Did very well. And a big part of that reason was because of a lot of the in-store experiences that he sort of brought there. And not just to the flagship Bloomingdale's that is right across the street from Bloomberg headquarters, but a lot of the other locations around the country. He was also great in sort of building up their, what do you call, omni-channel, e-commerce space, buy online, pick up in stores. So there's the hope by investors that some of the magic that he brought to Bloomingdale's, he's going to bring that to the broader Macy's universe. And we should point out, too, he inherited a company that wasn't necessarily struggling. Macy's is struggling.
Yeah.
Bloomingdale's is doing pretty good. Their Blue Mercury makeup and beauty stores were actually doing pretty well. But of course, Macy's, the actual stores itself, which is the biggest part of the business, that's what was struggling. So the idea is that maybe find what the magic sauce, the secret sauce was for Blue Mercury, what it was for Bloomingdale's, and try to apply that to the Macy's brand as well.
This is anecdotal, but I was talking to a friend over the weekend.
Wait, you go to Blue Mercury. You can tell us all.
No, this is about Macy's.
We love you still, Tim. Okay.
This is about Macy's. He waited in line for an hour for Santa over the weekend.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was such a big draw to get people into the stores. This was at Macy's.
You're talking about at Santa? Oh, downtown.
Downtown,
yes.
here on 34th Street.
You've never done this?
I've never done. I
Tim,
have no
where
idea.
Have you been? You have children. I mean, you know.
I had no, an hour? That gets a lot of people in the stores.
Can I just say, I mean, my child's a lot older now, so we're not doing the Santa thing anymore. But I can tell you, Tim, we waited longer than an hour, and we've gone to that Macy's, and it's such an iconic experience. Right up the wooden escalator and do all that
Miracle
stuff.
At 34th Street.
And between the queues and the line, just even getting up to the floor, I mean, you could be in that store for 2 or 3 hours.
We're gonna work on
All right,
you.
I guess I know what I'm doing this weekend.
20 seconds. Tomorrow, what are you watching out for when they release more information?
I think how deep the accounting control needs to be changed, and the idea of what recommendations their auditors made and their lawyers made.
You know, we talk about simulcast, little trips, group trips. Maybe we need to just take him to see Santa.
We should. only if Tim agrees to sit on Santa's lap and tell him what he really wants for Christmas.
And we will all be taking pictures.
Anything for the show, guys. Anything for the show.
Thank you. We really appreciate your insight. Romaine Bostick, of course, one of the co-hosts of The Close, coming your way at the top of the hour, so be sure to check it out on Bloomberg TV. We're headed for a short break.
We are. NASDAQ up 1.8%, the S&P 500 up 0.9%. Coming up, let's talk a little bit about AI and how it's quickly becoming foundational to the modern enterprise.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're going to cut to the chase. AI, it is everywhere, seems to be in every conversation that we have. And just one story on our radar on this Wednesday, OpenAI's Chief Financial Officer, Sarah Fryer, saying it's reasonable to eventually charge business users thousands of dollars a month for its artificial intelligence software to better reflect the value that the technology provides to companies.
I will say the best recipe for grilled chicken I've ever gotten has been from OpenAI. So
you're ready
ChatGPT.
to pony up and pay?
No,
that's
the free version. Yeah, that's the free version.
All right, let's get some thoughts on Yes AI and tech trends for 2025. With us is Mike Bechtel. He's chief futurist at Deloitte right here in studio. Happy almost New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year to you. I'm great, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. You guys, 16 years. Tech Trends Report. First of all, step back. We always care about what goes into when somebody does a survey, somebody does a report. How do you determine and identify the trends?
Well, you know, Carol, it's interesting. I like to tell my clients futurists are closeted historians. And a big part of making heads or tails out of what's coming is by looking at what's been. And so in our 16 years of tech trends, we've learned that there tends to be about 6 areas that have really buttered enterprise bread. And by that, I mean, you know, made or saved money.
Yeah.
The way we interact with machines, the way we extract insights, the way we power the math behind it, those 3 buckets have always mattered. It might have been older tech. Today, it happens to be things like AI and augmented virtual reality. But the point is that the categories tend to stay the same.
Okay.
Then there's a whole bunch, well, 3 precisely, categories that kind of require us to take a breath and make sure we don't mess up today in pursuit of tomorrow. Cybersecurity always matters. Modernizing old rusty core systems always matters. And then there's the people finance side. So those are really the big six, and there's always something new each year.
All right, Carol knows I'm going to go here because I just returned from San Francisco and riding in my first Waymo.
Okay.
Just when is this going to happen and we're all going to be in cars without steering wheels? I have no interest in ever driving again, I'll be honest.
Well, worst futurists ever, resistant to giving you hard timelines on that. But I'll tell you what, Tim,
because this seems to fall into the core modernization
yeah,
bucket of your analysis.
Well, what's interesting is for this year, it falls into the compute side, namely, for 12, 15 years, right? Mark Andreessen Horowitz, he famously said, software is eating the world. Everything's all about software and bits. And I used to be a VC. We wouldn't look at something unless it was software as a service. Let me tell you, this year in our Deloitte Tech Trends, we're really starting to see that physical hardware suddenly matters again. It's gone from commodity you don't think about to, oh my goodness, it matters. And part of that, Tim, is robotics, physical robotics. 85% of the world's economy is about physical stuff, moving products. So much of the AI revolution is about bits and pixels. And so things like, but not limited to Waymo, they're going to be coming in hot because people are starting to see, whoa, we've neglected the physical lived space for a good 10, 12 years. So I think it's coming this decade.
Or do you feel like, are you ready?
I was ready years ago.
Giddy up, right?
I mean, nothing motivates you to want a future like this than having kids and not wanting them to get behind the wheel ever.
I hear you. You want it safe.
Briefly, I would tell you, one of the other things we found in our Deloitte Tech Trends research is that, last year, the conversation was, like robots coming for jobs and, AI replacing people.
Bring it on.
Well, let me tell you though, Tim, it's more nuanced. I think it's more optimistic than that. What we're seeing this year is it's AI automating muck to free folks on higher order magic.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying. It's like if
I
I can do less of the annoying stuff, I'll have more bandwidth to do the interesting stuff. And that's what our clients are showing us.
I am curious, and forgive me, I was actually trying to go back to your report that was maybe indicating what was going to go on in 2023, but how much of AI did you feel like you guys got right? How much were you surprised by? Because the impact it has had certainly on our conversations and the investment world has been pretty powerful.
Yeah, Carol, I think the part we got right was that AI isn't new. There's an old computer scientist. He had this great quote. He said, AI is whatever the heck computers can't do yet. And I love that definition. It works 10 years ago. It'll work 10 years from now. But I think 2 years ago in our report, we saw AI as one of, say, 6 movements that are really going to move the market and affect our clients. I don't think we were prepared for the fact that it would become sort of the foundation for everything.
Yeah.
And so, we had trends about cybersecurity. Well, AI's in there. We had trends about, as we said, physical robotics, about HR and human staff augmentation. AI's in there and there. And so I think the part we might have gotten wrong was not recognizing how foundational it'll be. It's electricity. It's the World Wide Web. It'll be baked into everything.
Are you scared?
No,
I'm not.
No, I'm not. I actually think technology can be a really good thing. I just, I'm hoping the regulatory environment kind of keeps up with it. Yeah.
And yes, $1 trillion question.
20 seconds, is there something non-AI that you think keep us on your radar?
Yes, I think the big thing we've uncovered this year that's off the AI path is quantum cryptography and cybersecurity. Here's the punchline, and here's the term, the headline, Y2Q. Remember Y2K back in the day?
Yeah. I had a walkie-talkie on New Year's Eve, ready to talk with my team in case everything went offline. Seriously, here at Bloomberg.
The bummer with Y2Q is we don't know precisely when it comes, but our clients need to be ready for it.
Y2Q. Are you ready for that?
Who knows?
Mike Bechtel, thank you so much over at Deloitte, Chief Futurist. Coming up next, the close on TV. Tim and I continue on Business Week.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. FBI Director Christopher Wray says he will resign in January. CBS's Nicole Skanga says then-President Donald Trump appointed Wray to a 10-year term in 2017 and soon came to regret it.
In the months after Trump appointed Christopher Wray to lead the nation's premier law enforcement agency, their relationship soured. The tipping point, Trump's fury, his anger after the FBI executed that search warrant in August of 2022 at his Mar-a-Lago home, searching for classified documents.
New York City police say the gun found on the suspect in the killing of a healthcare CEO last week matches shell casings located at the scene. CBS's Anna Schechter says police are trying to put together an airtight case.
They need to build a case to definitively, without any doubt, place him at the scene of the crime and have him, Luigi Mangione, pulling the trigger. So they are working to build that case so that DNA and those fingerprints are crucial.
The co-founders of a luxury real estate brokerage have been arrested.
The Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office says brothers Tal, Oren, and Alon drugged and sexually assaulted women beginning in 2010. Jim Dennehy with the FBI's New York office.
The defendants allegedly used their wealth and status to recruit and pay for the travel of their intended victims and then manipulated them into participating in sexual acts without their consent.
The brothers founded Official Brokerage, which sells high-end properties in places like the Hamptons, Miami, Aspen, and Los Angeles. Matt Piper, CBS News, New York.
High winds and heavy rain are pounding the East Coast.
Along with those high winds you hear, meteorologist Craig Allen warns of possible flash flooding as well on Long Island and...
We have a flood watch in effect that covers most of New England.
In the Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia area, watch out for power outages and broken tree limbs.
This is definitely going to hamper travel along the coastline, especially along the I-95 corridor.
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
It's going to be the biggest holiday travel period in many years, possibly ever, says AAA's Aixa Diaz.
The two weekends are probably going to be the busiest times. So December 21st and 22nd, that Saturday, Sunday, and the weekend after will be the busiest because most people want to be at their destinations by Christmas or they'll be coming back after.
90% of us will drive, and the good news is the national average price of a gallon of unleaded regular gas is just over $5. That is down about 12 cents from a year ago. Less than an hour before the close of Wall Street, the Dow is off slightly. S&P 500 is up almost 1%. This is CBS News.
Available in all states.
There's closure to a violent courtroom incident that was captured on video.
Punishment has been handed out to the man who was caught on video in January vaulting over a 4-foot-high bench and attacking a Las Vegas judge. Deobra Redden will serve between 26 and 65 years in prison for attempted murder. He pleaded guilty but mentally ill in September. His lawyer says Redden was not taking medication at the time for his diagnosed schizophrenia. 62-year-old Judge Mary Kay Holthus suffered some injuries but was not hospitalized. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
A man from Wisconsin who faked his own drowning and left behind a wife and 3 children to go to Eastern Europe is in jail in Wisconsin. 45-year-old Ryan Borgwart is being held in the Green Lake County Jail, charges pending, including possibly obstruction of justice. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Wednesday, December 11th, and we've got, certainly when I look at the S&P and the NASDAQ 100 up near its best levels of the session, we're talking about a 2%, almost 2% gain on the NASDAQ 100. Carol Master, Tim Stenivek, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Yeah, a couple of the companies that are pushing the NASDAQ higher include Broadcom. Shares of Broadcom just surging on this report of an AI chip collaboration with Apple. We've got all the details in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this. There's so much it feels like going on in the chip sector at this point. We've also got our exclusive interview with U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, everything from Russia sanctions, U.S.-China relationships, and more. We're going to share some of the highlights of that conversation that just happened a little bit earlier today.
And this is one you're pretty excited about. She's the former co-host of What Not to Wear on the BBC, an entrepreneur, a CEO, and much more.
Yeah, and had a tough time finding money to start her business, so we're going to get into it.
Trini Woodall is joining us a little later on the program.
All right, looking forward to the next couple of hours. First up, though, let's get back to the trade now that we've got just under an hour to go. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. 54 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with NASDAQ at a record. Will we close above 20,000? Right now at 20,041 on the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain right now of just about 1.8%. To put that in context, the S&P up 53, up 0.9%. A retreat now for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down under 0.1%, slumping by 35 points. 10-year 4.26%. CPI Wednesday, we got a benign inflation report this morning with a 2-year 4.15%. Gold is advancing 0.9%, $27.19 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, $70.46 a barrel. And Bitcoin ripping higher now by 4.7% at 101,451 on Bitcoin. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is urging the next administration to maintain the dialogue channels that she reestablished with China, speaking on the eve of what's likely to be the last round of economic and financial talks between senior officials from the two nations. Now, Yellen made the comment this morning in an interview that aired on Bloomberg Radio with our David Gura.
Just having open channels of communication is valuable, and I believe it will be seen as continuing to offer value. These are channels by which we can make clear what we're unhappy about, where our concerns are, and why we have them.
And we will have more of that conversation with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen coming up on Bloomberg Business Week. Macy's shares now trading lower by 2.2%. Macy's has trimmed its profit outlook after concluding its investigation into an employee plot to hide millions of dollars in expenses. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. 7.28%. That's how much shares of Broadcom are surging right now. This after the information reported that Apple is working with the company on a server chip specially designed for AI, citing 3 people with direct knowledge of the project. Also in the world of Apple, the company now integrating ChatGPT into parts of the iPhone operating system. This is the Apple Intelligence platform that Mark Gurman has been telling us about for months. Here to cover it all is Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst. He joins us from our Chicago bureau. I do want to start with the Broadcom news, Anurag. Broadcom and Apple tying up. It comes at a time when we know that Apple has been working to lessen its reliance on designers of chips and chip companies. What do we know here?
Yeah, it seems to me that this has been the big thing for all major tech companies. They have specialized needs, and they are trying to do a lot of this in-house. You know, you look at Amazon, they have their own chips. Google, the same thing. And, you know, I'm not surprised. Apple, when you look at on the product side, the MacBook, they designed their own chip, the M1, M2. I mean, they've done a very good job on that. And it seems for the next generation servers, they are, partnering with outside vendors. So this is just the way everybody is trending right now. So to be very honest, not that big of an impact from Apple's point of view, more so from Broadcom Trump's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, already I love the supply chain function always on the Bloomberg, and we're looking at Apple responsible for about 17% of Broadcom's revenues. Having said that, is there kind of a move, Anurag, of people wanting to move away from NVIDIA and find other suppliers or figure out ways on their own?
It's not going to be easy because some of these large language models, when you need to train them, those are the chips that everybody wants to use that for training. I mean, that really is the key right now. Maybe over time, some of the other chip providers will get smarter. But frankly speaking, right now, that's the stronghold NVIDIA has on training of these large language models.
So what would Apple be able to do in a deal like this? I mean, where do they need this compute? Is this for the iCloud service? Is this for its own devices? Where do we see this?
So when we look at this, when the servers that they want to do in-house to perhaps even train some of their, internal processes, internal models. So there is it's very difficult to figure out from an outside what they're going to do with it unless you know what the next product development is. When you look at Apple, when they try to do something in-house, it's not there to save money. Frankly speaking, that's not the real reason. The real reason is there is some advancement in technology that they want to do, but it's being held back by some of these development or the third-party products that somebody is selling to them.
Okay, so if that's what the focus is here, that's certainly something for us to keep in mind. Hey, I do want to shift gears and talk a little bit about what's going on in iOS right now. Not able to do this on my phone, I don't believe, because it's an older phone.
Yeah.
But Apple Intelligence, the news today of integration of ChatGPT. Mark Gurman has talked a lot about this over the past few months in the way that he doesn't buy into what Apple essentially has been selling over the past few months with AI on its platform. How do you view what Apple offers consumers as of today in the realm of AI?
Yeah, I would say, if you look at it, the announcements that have been made so far, except today, they've been fairly, low-key in nature. But today is the first time you're going to see ChatGPT being able to be processed on Siri and other areas for those people who have iPhone 16 and above, or even the iPhone 15 Pro and the Pro Max. Now, what this is going to do is change the ecosystem or how people operate. That's going to take some time in terms of that driving down iPhone sales. We think it's going to happen, but not right now, perhaps a year from now, because of two reasons. First is these features are going to be launched in a staggered way globally. We are not even close to this anywhere in China, where the iPhone install base is the largest at this point. The other thing is going to be that the iPhone 17, which is the next version of the iPhone, will most likely have a different form factor, or it will look very different than what the 16 looks right now. And 16 looks very close to 15 and 14, so really not a compelling reason for people to go out and upgrade it. We think if you see the bunch of these features show up over the next 12 months, that coupled with iPhone 17 is something that's going to drive sales a year from now, not so much right now.
Wait.
And the third element which we talk about is that the Chinese market is still very weak.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Anurag. I am curious, having just bought a new iPhone, and everybody's like, how do you like it? I'm like, it looks just like my other phone. I don't feel like there's much difference. What is going to be so different about the iPhone 17, especially when it comes to Apple Intelligence?
So iPhone 17 will still have, we do not know the features or what kind of hardware it is going to be, but it's rumored it's going to be very different than what the 16 looks like. As far as the Apple Intelligence that came out today with the integration with ChatGPT, what's going to happen is once you upgrade the software, and if you have this, let's say the 16 model, you will be able to ask Siri questions directly that can go to OpenAI servers, get your answer back. Currently, what you have to do is you have to open an app, go to ChatGPT and type those questions. Now it's directly available to you, on the phone itself, and that's the big difference. And remember, we may not be early adopters of this thing, but a lot of people are using OpenAI's ChatGPT for, inquiries throughout the day.
I think Tim used it for a recipe.
I've literally, the only thing I've used it for is like a chicken marinade because I know I'm not using it right.
And then Matt Miller just talks to it probably endlessly.
Yeah, I know people who use it for writing, not journalists, but like people who are in marketing jobs. I know a real estate agent who writes property descriptions using it, then he kind of goes back and edits it. How do you see Apple, like normal Apple customers using it?
So it's the same exact thing. If instead, if you need a really detailed answer, you see a particular thing and you say, well, what is this thing? Again, rather than think about it, this thing is now integrated in your operating system and the way you operate. You don't have to go to an app. You don't have to go do that search from that. So it is just a little bit more easier to use that directly into the ecosystem. Remember, the argument was Apple was really behind in artificial intelligence from compared to, let's say, the Samsung Android. But this thing, OpenAI really gives it a little bit of a boost that helps them to at least get at par, if not better, than the Samsung Android users.
Anurag, you and the team have done some great things, really deep diving into AI to try to understand the intricacies of it and also understand the companies that are really doing some things worth talking about. Having said that, we've spent so much of the last year and a half, 2 years talking about NVIDIA. I'm looking at Broadcom today and thinking, wow, investors are probably saying, okay, what does this mean for, involvement in AI-related areas going forward? What are the companies that you have kind of top of mind when you think about 2025 and the world of AI?
Yeah, in 2025, I think we focus a lot more on the software side of things, and that's kind of my preview. I think you'll see a lot more products coming out from the likes of Salesforce, Microsoft, ServiceNow. A lot of these companies will launch new AI agents that can do cooler things. OpenAI will be seeing what OpenAI does in terms of their capabilities with ChatGPT's next version, what all it can do. Adobe is going to be very critical to try to figure out what they are going to do on video creation or image editing. So from a I would say down the ecosystem, it's not going to be just about chips, which has been the topic in the last 2 years, but it is going to be the downstream impact of that in other sectors of technology, the likes of software and perhaps even services down the road.
30 seconds. You mentioned video generation. OpenAI rolling out Sora this week. It generates realistic-looking videos from text prompts nearly 10 months after the startup first publicly previewed the tech. Have you had a chance to play around with this?
I've seen the videos and it's phenomenal. I've not played around with it, but Adobe is going to report, let's say, what is it, in about 40 minutes, and they're going to talk a lot about it because that's a lot of the business that they have is tied to image generation and video generation. So it is on top of mind at this point for all investors.
And that's completely separate from, they don't use OpenAI at all. This is Adobe's own thing, right?
Yeah. To be honest, all of those companies will have their own generators. The question is going to be whether Adobe has a place in it in the next future or not, which we think they do.
That's a good place to end on. Nice little preview for Adobe.
Thank you. Anurag Rana, he is our Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst joining us there in Chicago. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in healthcare and the nursing industry. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, approaching session lows, down 51 right now, drop of 0.1%. But the S&P could see a record close right now. That record would be 6,090. Right now we have got the S&P at 6,088. The index pushing higher by 0.9%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.8%, above 20,000 for the first time today. 20,047, up 359 points. NASDAQ 100 Index up 1.9%, higher by 409 points. And the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up by about 0.9%. 10-year 4.26%, the 2-year 4.15%. Gold up 0.9%, 27.19 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 70.52 a barrel. And Bitcoin now at $101,283, up 4.5%. So again, recapping here, we've got stocks advancing. S&P 500 Index up 53, a gain of 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Anshin Accountants and Advisors, partner-owned since 1923. Anshin factors in your unique circumstances to develop innovative tax and accounting solutions. Visit anchin.com. Anshin, recalculating what's possible.
All right, everybody, let's get a little bit into healthcare, which is obviously something that has been top of mind for a lot of people given the events over the last week. And great to have back with us with someone who has really a great vantage point when it comes to what's going on in healthcare, and specifically the nursing community, which is such a big part of it, certainly a support network within the healthcare community. Back with us is Dr. Iman Abuzaid. She's co-founder and CEO of the nursing talent platform Incredible Health, and they essentially connect nurses and hospitals. Dr. Abuzaid joining us once again from Austin, Texas. Great to have you back with us. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much for having me again.
Well, it's great to be talking with you. There is a lot that we want to get to, but top of mind, something in our planning call and thinking about our conversation with you today that we wanted to ask you about, and that is something that, because you are so locked into the healthcare world, and that is the fatal shooting of the United Health executive, a tragedy, no doubt about that. But something that has also captivated millions of Americans and set off a pretty fiery online debate about health insurance. What do you hear since that incident on your platform among the nursing community? What are you seeing about the thoughts about the healthcare system, what works, but also maybe some of the injustices within the system? Is our healthcare system broken in some way?
Yeah, so when in speaking with healthcare workers, whether it's nurses or physicians, there is quite a lot of frustration with the healthcare insurance industry, particularly when it comes to denials and claims that aren't accepted for patients. So, I mean, some of the debate that this incident has highlighted is certainly being intensely debated by healthcare workers as well.
And I do wonder where they hope it goes from this point. Again, a tragedy. And no one wants to see what happened earlier this week happen again. But having said that, the healthcare system, I feel like I've been talking about it for years, for decades, and the problems that are there. Many thought Obamacare was a step forward, but even some say there needs to be some work there. So what is it that you and maybe those on your platform and others within the healthcare industry, what are you hearing about they hope is maybe the narrative or conversation that happens next?
Right. Ultimately, what we want to make sure is that Americans and patients, right, get the care they need. And so anything that could be blocking that, they want to remove any blockers to access to care. And so the insurance company is a very important part of that, and some of these challenges need to be addressed. We do work with health systems, specific ones that have struggled in their negotiations with United Healthcare and others. And we even work with health systems that had to drop United Healthcare as a payer. So certainly this is intensely debated, and the debate is mostly around, hey, what do we need to do to ensure we can deliver care to Americans?
One thing that's been particularly shocking to me to learn over the last week is the way that doctors have struggled and fought with insurance companies over denials for prescriptions that they write to patients for anti-nausea medication in the wake of chemotherapy, or procedures that they see as essential that insurance companies don't provide, for transportation, for babies who are just born who need special services, but that transportation does not get approved for days and days. Why does this happen in this country?
Right. I mean, look, the frustration level around this topic is high among healthcare professionals. And we've talked before about the burnout challenges among healthcare professionals. And, you know, this kind of administrative load that they have to take on just to get what are considered relatively straightforward claims approved is challenging. And it does pile on to the burnout challenge we already have with our healthcare workforce.
One thing you're trying to do to alleviate that burnout challenge is to use technology, especially AI, to help these nurses, help those on the platform of Incredible Health, do their job more efficiently. What are you doing with these AI-powered marketplace to help alleviate the shortage of nurses here?
Yeah, so our vision and mission is to help healthcare professionals live better lives and help them find and do their best work. And so, yeah, our two-sided marketplace is enabled with software and with AI. And we have many features that drive the success here. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is expand the number of opportunities for nurses, and then also ensure that the health systems that we work with are able to hire the talent they need. We now work with over 1 million US nurses are on the platform using Incredible Health to manage their careers, and over 1,500 hospitals use the platform as well. We were one of the first platforms to add AI to our platform. For example, we have a resume wizard feature that ensures that nurses can generate a resume from the Incredible Health mobile app, which is completely free, and can create a high quality resume to make sure that they're not left out of the job search experience.
All right, Dr. Iman Abuzaid, we're going to have to leave it there. Co-founder and CEO of the nursing talent platform Incredible Health. Always great to have you on the program, joining us from Austin, Texas this afternoon. Carol, nursing and healthcare are certainly a big part of the U.S. economy. And while that did not come up specifically with one of Bloomberg's big interviews today, many aspects of the U.S. economy did.
Yeah, and that brings us to an exclusive interview by Bloomberg News correspondent David Gora with U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. This Secretary, Treasury Secretary, she used to be chair of the Fed.
What has she not done?
She's pretty impressive. She spoke on a wide range of topics, including Russian oil sanctions, Trump planned tax cuts, the U.S. deficit, China's reaction to impending tariffs, and also the importance of staying in touch with the second most important economy in the world.
It's important to have ongoing communications at all levels, from the president and Xi talking to senior U.S. officials to staff that need to communicate. Just having open channels of communication is valuable, and I believe it will be seen as continuing to offer value. These are channels by which we can make clear what we're unhappy about, where our concerns are and why we have them. Well, we have significant concerns about Russia's economic policies that we discuss in these channels. It's also the case that we have shared global interests, whether it's in climate change, combating pandemics, dealing with potential financial disruptions that could affect global financial markets. We're also using these channels to build trust in channels for cooperation so that we can work together where our interests coincide. So there's no question that we have serious concerns both from a national security point of view and a broader economic view with China's behavior. But nevertheless, as the two largest economies in the world, it's critical to have open channels of communication. It helps avoid misunderstandings. We've used these channels when we've taken action like export controls or our recent outbound investment restrictions to explain what we're trying to accomplish to avoid misunderstandings that can worsen the relationship needlessly.
You have a particular insight into what makes your counterparts tick, I imagine, through those conversations that you've had. And so we've seen the president-elect talk about large universal punitive tariffs. Do you have any insight into how they might respond if they are threatened with something like that?
Well, I really don't want to make a forecast. Many countries, when they're faced with unilateral actions of that sort, look for ways to retaliate, and my guess would be that they would do that. We have in areas of concern where I've expressed repeatedly concerns with overcapacity that is developed in Chinese advanced manufacturing industries and clean energy, semiconductors, and the like. We think it reflects active, large subsidies that are flooding the world with exports and threaten to drive our firms out of business in areas that we think are critical to our own future. We've put in place tariffs. Now, they're strategic. They affected $18 billion worth of trade, certainly not all of our trade with China. And we did it to make sure that China's actions don't undermine our own plans to support these sectors. But broad-based tariffs, almost all economists agree that what they will do is hurt us by raising prices, possibly substantially, and making it more expensive for firms that need inputs from China to be able to acquire them, and harm our competitiveness of firms that rely on those imports. So we've taken a strategic approach, focusing narrowly, and a broad-based approach I have serious concerns with, as most economists do.
All right, that, of course, is U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in an exclusive interview with our own David Gora. If you missed any of it, a longer conversation certainly was had, so feel free to go to Bloomberg.com to check it out, and also go to the Bloomberg Terminal. And right now, if we go to the Bloomberg Terminal, one of the favorite things we like to do is check out Most Read.
Yeah, in the last 8 hours, the most read story on the Bloomberg Terminal is about the Alexander brothers, these star brokers who've been charged with sex crimes. Luxury real estate brokers Oren and Tal Alexander and their brother Alon were arrested and charged with sex trafficking by federal prosecutors in New York on Wednesday.
All right, according to the indictment, the three brothers worked together for, quote, well over a decade to, quote, drug, sexually assault, and rape dozens of victims. They allegedly promised luxury experiences, travel, and accommodations to lure women to locations where they were assaulted. The story goes on into a lot of detail, but it also says that it looks like other people might be also being looked for, that the brothers didn't necessarily work alone. So it sounds like more details to be known.
Yeah, the brothers were all arrested Wednesday morning at their respective homes in Miami Beach in connection with federal search warrants. Miami-Dade State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle said at a press conference they are each also facing charges of sexual battery, and they'll be arraigned on those counts before being transferred to federal custody.
Investigation ongoing, and so expected other victims to come forward, and maybe some more charges to other people to come. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a record for NASDAQ. Could see a record for the S&P 500 index, just 1 point away from a record close. But let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. With all that, U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now. The Dow still down 25 points. S&Ps are higher by 0.9%, and the NASDAQ, that's up 1.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield of 4.27%. Gold is up 25. Oil is climbing. And Bitcoin, that's back above 100,000. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were telecom and consumer discretionary, while healthcare was under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Nike, while UNH fell 5% and led to the downside. After earnings, GameStop rose 9%. And in deal news, Hershey's main owner is said to reject Mona Lisa's offer as too low. In other news, Google, Tesla, and Amazon all traded to all-time intraday highs. And wrapping things up, Adobe reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. 19 minutes to go. And, man, we've got a strong rally, especially among those big tech cap names. I love it because I just keep thinking about every year we go through, stop putting money there, stop putting money there. The valuations are crazy. And then you just see investors buy in.
Yeah, we'll see what 2025 looks like.
Yes.
We got back with us, Sevesti Balafis, CEO over at Goldfest Advisory. Goldfest Advisory has about $600 million in assets under management. Sevesti joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. You have some really interesting tech investments on the private side. Yes. I want to talk about those in a minute, but sure. I want you to weigh in on what's happening in public markets when it comes to tech, because as Carol mentioned, we're seeing quite the rally today.
It's nuts.
Some of the indexes at records as a result of the way tech is climbing today. Things are getting expensive, or is this okay?
Things are getting expensive. It's true. We do think about that, but I think there's more room to run. It's exciting. I mean, next year, we are expecting 30% growth in earnings from these tech companies. So yes, it's expensive, but at the same time, earnings are backing it up. But at the same time, given where we are with the economy as well, interest rates are coming down, in a good place though, labor market in a good place. But you know, so things look good right now. That can quickly change. So when things are expensive, we do need to consider what else are we going to be buying into? Should we be trimming? Should we be not necessarily selling from tech? Again, high expected earnings next year, but selling or trimming and rebalancing for sure.
Sevesti, does it matter what the Fed does next week and into 2025? Because there's that thinking of, we talked earlier about the CPI print, and if you carry out what we've seen over the last 12 months, I think it was, or 10 months, in terms of inflation, we're well above that 2% target. Yes. So why do we need a rate cut if inflation is still trending well above 2%? And the economy seems to be doing well. So tell me how you're thinking about that.
Great question, and interest rates absolutely matter. I do think the Fed will cut, because it's not only interest rates, but interest rate expectations. The Fed is expecting this cut to happen. Inflation.
But that's not their mandate. It's inflation and employment.
And labor, exactly, and employment. But they've communicated pretty well, I think, in terms of the December cut that we will expect to see. Labor, look.
Do you think they need to cut? Do you think it makes sense?
I do. I think we need to get to a lower terminal rate. I think we need to go down that path. Interest rates were essentially zero before they started raising rates in 2022. They've started to normalize rates. So I do think at this point, because of the communication that they've given the market and in terms of market expectation, yes, I do think they need to cut in December, given that unemployment overall, it's a mosaic of numbers that we need to look at to conclude on unemployment, but we're just one print away from starting to talk about maybe unemployment not looking so great. So companies aren't necessarily laying off, but not necessarily hiring a lot either. That could change